Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Yes, we've got ourselves more Lord of the Rings gummies, and I just remembered that I gotta get some of my references up here. Let me see if okay, there's my Tom Bombadil reference. They're up in the corners, and actually, they're kind of all over the screen. Yeah, there's references all over the place so that you guys can see what we're doing here. I'm just gonna bring up my Bilbo reference. I'm gonna start out with those two. Then I'll also have to get my Arwen reference out there. Arwen there. Hey there, Ryan. And there's a ring right there. So here, Ryan, check this out. This is really huge because, again, the hair right here. Geez. Let me see if I can do this. Is going to be complicated here, but let me see if I can do this and grab at least one of my Japanese themed flats. Okay, those are not. Those are the Cylon ones. Okay, here we go. I mean, at least check out this one here. It's not the same one, but see how the hair is set so far. But hey there, Valfira. So see how the hair, because it's dark, is set so far back. I mean, it's not like these are no good. It's just here, at least the hair, as you can see, is still, it's not just like set all the way back. So I think that is actually pretty good. So Valfera, guess who's worst to first in the north? Valfera, it's official. Nice to see you there, Camda. I hope that you're doing well, Camda. So yeah, yellow boots for him. We'll go. Did Tom Bombadil? I don't think he had a green coat. Didn't he have a red coat? So if somebody could do me a quick little lookup for that. Look at that homework already, Velfair and Camda. So Ryan, actually, I think that building was looking pretty good. I don't know. I'm thinking that building was not looking too shabby at all. So I think you should be happy with that. And of course, I don't know. Sometimes when you get a chance to look at it afterwards and stuff, you say, you know what? Actually, that didn't work out too bad. So they haven't played yet, Velfira. That was Derrick Henry running all over the Packers. And by run all over, I mean 4 touchdowns, 215, 18 yards, and it was he could have got more. There was a couple of flags that took away some runs, so he actually could have gotten more yards than that. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that Tom Bombadil had a blue coat and a yellow hat. Well, I'll just have to look that up. I can look that up super quick. So yeah, they won the North, Valfira, because Detroit lost, right? Well, actually, they didn't just lose; they got slaughtered. Yeah, they got absolutely bruised and just wiped out there. So Packers in Detroit, when it mattered most, they just kind of so Ryan, all of the Japanese flats were like that. There is a video. I know you're way behind on the videos, but if you check out the one of the earlier videos, it does show that. That's the problem with the image to STL there, Ryan. So again, I'm trying to remember here that you haven't had a chance to see these vids, but that's been a bugaboo on all of the flats, even the Lord of the Rings ones. You probably don't remember the one why I didn't get a chance to see it because these are starting so darn late. Where the it was the I think it was the Sauron one. I had to basically invert it because it was so far recessed. Yeah, I had to invert everything. So it's a blue coat there, Volfer. I thought so, and it's a yellow hat, right? It's a yellow boot, yellow hat, and a blue coat, right? Or is it a red hat? It might be a red hat. I know it's yellow boots. That I know for sure. And actually, I've also had some success in Meshi. So, Cam, to get this, I was trying to make a Kamul the Easterling video, and then I thought, well, wait a minute. There is no miniature of Kamul right before he got the ring. Well, at least the ring that corrupted him. So I actually was able to create basically a good King Kamul figure. And then I took that and I made basically an evil figure out of it. So I've got my own set of Kumul miniatures. Hey there, Wolfenstein. So yep, Camda. That's all of that stuff is in those whatchamacallit videos there on the Patreon page. Remember the Maker World? So yeah, that was the emergency. Well, I just call them emergency tutorials when I discover something that's like you guys got to know this right away. So yeah, I'm gonna here. Let me just do a quick little look see here. So yeah, Ryan, all of the Japanese ones were like that because everything that's dark is recessed. 1 second here. Hmm. Okay, we don't need the stupid. Okay, here we go. So it looks like yellow boots, kind of a red hat. Well, definitely a blue coat. I'm gonna say a red hat with a big blue feather. Mm, let's see. So we'll roll with this. We're gonna roll with the red vest right valve here, red beard, uh, yellow hat. Okay, so we'll go with the yellow hat and a blue feather. Okay. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. Now, of course, the whole story behind what's his name there was he was basically his kid's toy. They had some crazy doll or something like that, and it had the blue coat and the yellow boots, and he basically made a story around the kid's toy. Now, there's no Grand Elves. There's no Grand Elves Wolfenstein. However, there is a Gandalf. Yes, there is a Gandalf. No Grand Elves here, right? Wolfenstein, no Grand Elves here. There's also there's also a Saruman. There's also a Radagast. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. This is the other reason why I'm later. Bear with me here. Remember, oh, and this is in that video too. So they've got a cave troll, Mouth of Sauron. There's Gollum. Look at this. Remember I said in the video it couldn't get this right? Well, I did one of the free retries and it actually made this correct. So now we now have Gandalf on Shadowfax because, reasons, right? We certainly needed another Gandalf on Shadowfax and there it is. Yeah, so we'll try to have this ready for some streams next week right there. What was that? What was that? Oh, Slacker George. Yes, he would have gotten two of those if he had gone. That's a little It's a Wonderful Life action for you there. That's funny, Valfira. Believe it or not, Valfira, I thought you were Camda trying to get revenge for all the Collingwood wisecracks. Yeah, Camden, I thought that was you saying like, oh, he was rooting for Green Bay the whole time. Uh, just like how maybe once or twice I might have said that I might have insinuated you were a Collingwood fan. So Wolfenstein, we basically have almost every single environment of Middle Earth printed out. I just printed out the Black Gate in 10 millimeter. We're actually doing a 10 millimeter Mordor army. I've printed out all of Edoras, all of Osgiliath, all of Arnor, Minas Tirith. I just did, what the heck? Oh, Helm's Deep in 28 mil. So full size there. I've got Minas Morgul. I've got Rivendell. I've got everything. I have the Dead Marshes, the Barrow Downs. So yeah, I thought that was you, Camda. I thought for sure that must have been you. Is there any more green? Okay, there is green over here. So there are no Grand Elves in any of this here. Uh, I've done 13 of these already, so this will get us up to 17. Now, I don't think I'll have time to hit King Elisar, but we also have King Elisar here. Oh, and again, we got ourselves a wraith. We got ourselves a wraith there. So again, sorry for the lateness, but I wanted to have all of those figures not just printed out, but I wanted to have them cured so we could show them on stream here. Now, keep in mind that we will be painting on New Year's Eve, right? Special stream. We're going to be painting Earth like we always do every single New Year's Eve. Oh, here's the stuff from last night, by the way. Yeah, a couple more ornamentes right there. And let's see what. Oh yeah, we have. We have an Isengard. We have about 30 Isengard guys that we painted in 3 streams. We did more. Well, kind of a semi Mordor slash Minas Morgul sort of combo platter there. Kind of, sort of. So yeah, Velfira, it's hard to believe. It is. I mean, I'm all kidding aside. It is hard to believe that they still have a path to the #1 seed. Velfira. Now it would take Seattle has to lose. Seattle has to lose, and the Bears, I'm pretty much sure they have to win their last 2 games. Also, too, Velfira, it looks like Malik Williams is more injured. Yeah, whatever the Bears did to him, something more happened in this game. Now, of course, there is some irony in this because they basically have a free bye because whether they win or lose next week means nothing. They can't be any better, they can't be any worse. So what they're going to do is just rest everybody. So ironically enough, and guess who they will be playing, Velfare, if the Bears don't get the #1 seed? I'll give you one guess. The first one doesn't count because you already know. Yes, it would be just like a potential like Alabama, Georgia, or something like that for the national championship, like round 3 in the same season. You know, like one regular season game, then they play in the SEC championship, and then they play again in the Natty or something like that. Yeah, it would be a 3rd round. So it's again, it's bizarre. I mean, it's kind of, you could say, well, I don't know. Would you say that the Bears are the well, let's see. Are the Bears the Indiana of the Big Ten, or are the Bears the well, no, you have to say they're the Indiana of the Big Ten because they won. I was going to say, are they the Vanderbilt of the SEC? That's unfortunately Vanderbilt didn't quite close the deal there. Now, of course, Velfira, did Pavia win his suit to be able to play for Vanderbilt for the next 20 years? I think that was part of the plan when that coach decided to stay there. I think that was because Pavia was granted an extra 27 years of eligibility. He'll be the George Blanda of college football. Wasn't he the guy that played till he was like 93 years old, kicking field goals and stuff? Okay, there we go. Now I got ourselves a little bit of some stuff going on there. So sorry about that. Now let's see. So if if you're talking about the ring wraith there, I think. Well, I just done the Witch King Velfira. Yeah, so I just done the Witch King. So I was still trying to make glowing swords. If you're wondering why that, because remember Velfira, I sent you all the pictures of the Furbies, right? I sent you all the Furby pics. Remember I was showing last night that I did Gimli and then I did Boromir, and because I did Gimli first, Boromir's horn had foam in it like it was filled with ale. It's the wonders of GPT, right? Right, Camda? Now I have to say it has been doing some yeoman's work creating all of the stuff I need for my Kamul. So Wolfenstein, I hope you had yourself a really good Christmas. Not sure if you've had a chance to really do a whole bunch with minis over the last several months there. Oh, and again, here's some of the. So this is basically I'm going to be making 75 mm versions of them, and also like regular size, so that they can be on the table as well. And of course, this is going to be our next painting busts right here. And I think, who knows, maybe I paint the giant one as well. And here's another one of these right here. So again, we've had a lot of fun doing those. I still get a kick out of this one, Camda. Alerts. Actually, it wanted me to do Grishnak. And who's the other one? There was Grishnak and Ugluk. Yes, Grishnak and Ugluk. Those were the guys from the Two Towers. And I think it was Grishnak. He wanted to eat the hobbits. And remember, he said, what about their legs? They don't need those. So I think Ugluk was the leader of the Uruk-hai, and Grishnak was the leader of the Mordor orcs. Because yeah, he was kind of smaller and scrawnier. Yeah, I think that's how that went down. Nice to see you there, Armored Wolf. Sorry about the lateness here, but it was kind of worth it because I was able to. Oh, geez, almost grabbed the wrong one there. There's Tom Bombadil. We need to give him this. We need to give him red there. Maybe white flowers or something like that. Yeah. And he's got a blue jacket. We'll give him a green cloak with his blue jacket. Fine, whatever. We'll take this. Put it here. Over here. Actually, Camda, I've got the one really light skin tone out. I think it's probably just called light flesh. Let me move this out a little bit more here. No, bright reddish yellow. So this is one. I haven't used this one in a while, Camda. So I'm trying to bring out some of the lesser used, not radiance, Camda, just to see what happens. So Landras, that was looking really good. Actually, how many guys do you got painted on your Blood Bowl team now? Is it all? No, I think it's like, is this like number 8 or 9? I think, maybe. But yeah, Blood Bowl team's looking really good there, Landrast. Oh, and of course, Camden, if you want to share stuff, Ryan, there's people, yeah, if you wanted to share stuff, Ryan, I know you got to probably head off to sleep pretty soon. But if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry about that, Ryan. I should have said something earlier. There's a whole lot of stuff that's all happened, not just like today. We're talking like in the last hour and a half. So yeah, some of these developments, that's again why we're a little bit later, because it's like, holy smokes. This is interesting. So yeah, lots of new things just in the last few hours, which means it's going to be a long, oh boy, it's going to be a really long night of working, Grand Oracle. We got a lot of work to do. Check this out, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. So these were the ones from that latest video right here. So again, you can see this is how image to STL does it. I mean, it's still nice. It's not nothing. But and again, the other thing is it adds these frames. See that? The frames are already there. Now you can see here the hair is not like some super recessed thing. And also the dragon has more dimension to it. Now some stuff like the the filigree on the kimonos, I mean, that's some pretty light stuff right there. That is not heavy texture, but that is, again, that's something that, you know, I had to print out the test prints to know how I was going to treat those. Everybody check out the Insta link that Ryan just shared. Again, Ryan, I think again, I think that building turned out pretty nice. Oh, also this is another one I haven't had a chance to put a base on yet. So it actually asked me if I wanted to do a bunch of swan nights. So we might be doing a bunch of swan nights. Check this out, Grand Oracle. Now that we can do horsies with riders on them, because, well, there he is. So yeah, I've got to do a Prince Imrahil on horse. Yeah, we got to do that. And of course, again, there's the mouth of Sauron. Somehow that whole hollow mouth thing printed out for him. And then there's our golem. And there's our cave troll right there. So is that a streak for? Yeah, that's a streak there for Grand Oracle. Is that a 10 stream? That's 15 stream streak. Yeah, I do words, Camda. Yeah, it is a 15 stream streak for Grand Oracle. Because once again, I do words. I do words. I don't do them well, right, Camda? But I do words. Apparently, also Green Bay doesn't do football well. They certainly don't do run defense well. Because again, Derrick Henry, Valfera, it was a little bit like, you know, the 6'3", 12-year-old with a mustache that's playing like pee-wee football, and he just runs over the other kids like it's some kind of a video game or something. That was Derrick Henry, and yeah, guess who the Green Bay Packers were? They were like the little 4-foot kids, you know, whose helmets that they actually, you know, the rest of the kids looked like gummy bears. Yeah, that's Derrick Henry looked like Sauron, and all of the Green Bay Packer defenders kind of looked like, yeah, they kind of looked like these gummy bears right here. So Grand Oracle, oh geez, Grand Oracle, actually Grand Oracle, oh thanks, hey Grand Oracle, oh, geez. I was going to say, I'm going to give you some homework here. So Grand Oracle, you know what I should do for Alex the Cave Troll? Well, we're going to put him on Moria bases, Grand Oracle, but what should we put around him? What should we put on the bases, Grand Oracle? We have to put loaves of lambus bread on his base. Yes, I got to remember to do that. I mean, the Moria basing was going to happen anyway. But we'll have to put those little triangle loaves of lambus bread on his base, Grand Oracle. So yeah, that's that. We'll have to do that, Grand Oracle. Because weren't they were wrapped in leaves, and that's just something I'll just sculpt that. That shouldn't take long to sculpt in green stuff. Not long at all. Let me get this stuff out of here. So again, we're working on, what, 4 of these here? Yeah, if we got 4 of these going here, simultaneous. Do that. I don't think his hair was too dark. We'll just go with something. Again, it doesn't matter. We're going to be doing the darker glazy stuff on these anyways. And again, we'll do the blue band on his hat as well. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, it's just gonna go on a 50mm base. So we'll give him some loaves of lambus bread. That would that should do the trick. That should get the point across, right, Grand Oracle? No doubt about it. I've seen a little bit of it, Grand Oracle, not too much, actually. Yeah, I haven't seen too much of it, unfortunately, since I already have. If I didn't have well, I actually have a lot of the, oh gosh, what's it called? Dark Realm stuff, Grand Oracle. I think you've seen theirs, right? I also have that whole Dol Amroth city. So I may not actually need it really because I kind of have, and I also, oh, plus, what's his name stuff. Printing Goes Ever On actually does have a fair amount of stuff for whatchamacallit there for, well, any kind of Gondor city, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? It could be a Skilius, well, the ruins anyway. Certainly would work for Minas Tirith. Actually, Grand Oracle, you know what? Oh, I haven't printed it up. This is one of the last major environments I have to print up. Grand Oracle is Printing Goes Ever On does have Dale. You know, like all the buildings on stilts and everything. Yeah, actually, I should probably get those started too. So yeah, I've already printed out Minas Morgul from Conquest Creations. And actually, I just made some banners, basically some hanging banners and some freestanding banners for things. Well, they could be used anywhere. They could be used for Rohan. They could be used. Well, these have they actually have like the Gondor imagery like as part of the file, so I couldn't use those for Rohan. But I'll make a version of them for Rohan. So yeah, the for Lake Town is actually I think he's got stuff that's also not on stilts. Grand Oracle plus, well, I don't know. Landrest, I was never quite sold on his Hobbit stuff. Yeah, that wasn't his Hobbit stuff was not my favorite. Even the Conquest Creation ones. So those Hobbit holes, I think those might have been from Torita or some, but not from Torita. They were from, oh gosh, same guys that did the Easterling terrain, and I think my Harad terrain. Whoops. that was supposed to be Van Dyke Brown. So we'll just chuck this here umber in there and get this going here in a couple of places. No, we'll do red for his jacket then. We'll give him this color trousers for right now. Come on, get in there. Things must be messy before they can be neat, right, Camda? We're doing good on the messy part. We got that down packed on this channel, don't we? We are very, very good at the messy part. Now, oh, hey, Grand Oracle, now that it's been 2 days, well, technically 2.5 days, I guess. Uh, so does it look like you were able to kind of stop that before they were able to make any progress? Because I know that was kind of you were just kind of waiting on that last bit there to find out. Okay, spotted him. Did I spot him in time? Hopefully that is the case, of course. Sorry, Grand Orca, I should have asked earlier. I just trying to fill in everybody on all the goings on here all at once. And there's just so much new stuff happening. Let's put it this way, the last thing I thought I would be doing is creating like multiple new figures for a video. So again, you'll be seeing those Kamul figures. And this is something now I'm gonna I'm gonna do this for all of the other named ring rates. So Knight of Umbar, the Dark Marshal, the Dwimmerlick, the Shadow Lord, Karn the Betrayer. So for all of those guys, you know what? Maybe I should make it instead of green. Maybe we should go with brown or something like that. There. Oh, I still didn't remember to put Perline black out there. It don't matter. We're just gonna here. We'll just mix it with this dark stuff, and it'll be the same thing. Whatevs. Don't matter. Just roll with this here. Again, super messy. Just the way we like it, right, Valfira? Now, Valfira, the reason why that game today was so significant is I think the Bears are losing players to the flu. So, yeah, I mean, of course, maybe it's better to get that out of the way now before the playoffs. But I have a feeling that, yeah, that's kind of going through the team there. Let's see. Okay. So relying on snail mail over the holiday period. That's ideal, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, that is super ideal for sure. Not exactly what you were hoping for. So sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Hmm. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna grab me a little bit of our chromium oxide green. And actually, it's not just the Linseed Fellowship using it, because one of my buddies from the academy, that's one of his regular colors on his palette is chromium oxide green. He actually paints, at least like 1/10 scale statuary and stuff like that with oil paints, no less. And yes, he goes all the way back to academy days. Oh, I also have ultramarine blue out here on the palette because we haven't used that in quite some time. We've usually been using like the Prussian blue and stuff, so I am going to go ultramarine blue, darker on Arwen here, lighter on Bombadil. Again, I'm just chucking this stuff on here, don't care. I actually have a whole bunch of really good songs for Kamul the Easterling, so that's going to be really fun. And like I said, I'll probably do a painting large scale. It's so funny. I thought, okay, Nerixon, Loot Studios, those will be all of our painting large scale. Well, little did I know I would be able to create my own. Now, again, it's limited. I would say that the poses have to be as simple as possible. So yeah, you're not doing stuff like Nerixon. So yeah, I just sorry that you got to waste time on this, Grand Oracle, because you have tons of extra time to waste on things like this, right? Yes, you have infinite amounts of free time, just waiting for you to be able to mess around with stuff like this. Now here we're gonna get some of the Prussian blue mixed in with that here. Get down in there. More Prussian blue. Might even mix in a little bit of that with it. Again, we are bouncing around from one to the next, to the next, to the next here. Let's start doing some stuff on Mr. Wraith right here. So Grand Oracle, again, it's been kind of nifty, right, to do these explorations with the, darker primer, lighter dry brush, different types of post glazing, that sort of thing. I don't know which one was it. Oh, it was the it was the 75 millimeter. I don't know if you've had a chance to watch that video yet. That's the one of Eowyn. And even the one with Eowyn with the white dress, we were doing glazes like this one right here. Actually has some, it has some of the radiance in there. Hey there, Real Brush Guy. I hope the Christmas was fantastic. Everybody please give the Real Brush Guy a follow. So Real Brush Guy, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Great to see ya. Yeah, so Real Brush Guy, we've been painting lots of ornaments on stream like usual. You've seen a bunch of those, right? Here was this was last night. We were doing a little bit of Rohan goodness. There's a shield boss right there. We were reflecting Medjugorje on the shield boss. And again, for the folks here that haven't seen these yet, I just got these off of the printer. This is some of the new flats. So there's the Japanese theme flats, right? And then here's the other new ones right here. Again, we've got some Lord of the Rings one, the Arthurian, and we also tested the new method out on our Cylon ones here. So this has been pretty cool to see the progression of those. I'm glad you had a good Christmas there, and of course, yeah, Grando, and of course you get the option of mixing too, right? I mean, just like we can do here, right? We can just take, here, get some more of that Payne's grayish type stuff. So we can chuck this on here and actually literally start mixing. So you can see it's starting to mix as we do this. It started out as a glaze. Look at this. See how it's actually mixing together there? So it starts out as a glaze. Now it becomes more of a mix. Do some more of that here. And then let's maybe get some of our Van Dyke Brown down here on the edge of the cloak like this here. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, it's been very, very, very fun doing all these crazy Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Again, here was our Gandalf there. We had some, this one was super fun here. Look at even little Sebastian there for I almost said Tom Bombadil. That's Radagast, and then here's our Saruman there. Let me do this. Some of that in here. More of our brown there. Dark all the way back in. We just need it dark back in there. So we're just going to shove that brush in there. Let whatever happens happen. So you can look at this, Grandor. You can see there's some of the brown in there, right? So again, if we do this, see that's actually mixing up there. It's actually doing some mixing. Then we will take some darker stuff here. So now it kind of goes a little bit at preliminary light to dark just by virtue, again, of letting that mix a little bit. We'll do rusty stuff on the sword here. That's fantastic. Everybody check out that link that Real Brush Guy just shared. Now, Real Brush Guy, I'm guessing you haven't had a chance to stream. It's probably been way too crazy. Too busy to be able to do some streaming, but glad that you've been able to do that. For sure. So again, we are working on 4 miniatures simultaneously here. Let's go back to our Bilbo over here. And here, see, we're taking a little bit of the ochre, or the Mars Yellow Deep, and we're going to mix that with some of our Umbar here. So that is, again, creating a semi-opaque glazy thing here. And again, we've got so many. I think you've seen the new Kathy miniature, right? Well, 2 new Kathy miniatures. Do I have one of them here? Here. Well, here's the. I haven't painted this one yet, actually. I haven't painted the 28mm, but there's the new Kathy miniature there. back to this. Over here. And actually, so that remember the emergency discovery that I made, or whatever accidental discovery I made with the meshies there, as far as image generation. Now it's very frustrating because it doesn't, and I think it actually does it in the video, where it's like, hey, look what I made for you. I'm like, you didn't do anything. Or it's the same as it was, and it takes like 4 tries before it goes, oh yeah, I guess I did get it wrong after all. But it's basically saving 30 credits a pop. And that's how I was able to get the Kamul figs there with minimal. It only costs like 40 credits to get all that stuff. I was like, holy smokes, that's fantastic. So again, everybody check out that link, that the Instagram link there that Real Brush Guy posted. A little bit of the red in there. No, no. There we are. So it's some of the violet, some of the Van Dyke brown. For his suit coat here, which is not going to be yellow. A little bit more of the umbar gets in there. Why not? And again, things must be messy before they can be neat. That is in the book of Wapple there. I mean, and of course, that's the two new Eldritch Foundry figures. Those are also featured in the latest. Well, not it's not a YouTube video just yet. It will be. I think I will just put that up on YouTube tomorrow, so then I can have the Army of the Dead video be the first one of the new year. Come on, a little more. There we go. Nah, that'll be white. Then I think, yeah, we'll go with the white there. Now let us take Indian yellow. Mix it with this here. Let's start doing some red for that beard here. Oh, he's got little chompers on him there. Didn't see that. Well, I'm glad that I'm just glad that you could have a decent Christmas there, Brush Guy. sometimes Christmas can be it can be difficult because there's again a lot of things happening on top of just regular life, and you're trying to make sure that Christmas is as good as possible for everybody around you too. So it can be a little bit of work. So Cam, hopefully all the kids were that all worked out with the kitties there. I'll just stick with what I got. I'll just stick with this for the last of the hair. We're getting there. We're starting to. We're not quite done with the post glaze phase, as we just kind of call it now, but we're getting there. There's a walk-in stick there, and again for the cloak here. Let's just go with more of a brownish green here. Something maybe like that. And again, we're just going to let this mix with what's already on there. Because why not? Right? I mean, let's just let that all mix together. Do its thing. 1 second there, Camda. There you go. Ah, geez, that's fantastic there, Brush Guy. Let that be a lesson to you. There you go. Oh, geez, I never did the green over here on these plants. I'll have to get those too. Yeah, that they must have been super chuffed about that. Huh. Let me do this here again. It was very mellow here. It was just the 5 of us, which actually means that when if you want to talk to folks, you can actually just kind of talk to them instead of having to maybe go off into a corner or something like that, so you can actually hear each other. So that's not too bad. Given the not much sleep that I had, that worked out just fine, because that's probably what my brain could absorb there. Hey, there's Zelica. Everybody please give Zelica a follow. So Zel, why don't you post some stuff in the chat there? Merry Christmas, all the good stuff. Everybody please give Zelica a follow. So we're going to let that have a chance to sell. Let's go back over here to our Arwen Bear. Now this is where we're going to take here our Terra Rosa. And this is where we're kind of doing those semi-opaque glaze things a little bit more now, Grand Oracle here. Let's get some of this mixed up as our basically skin tone glaze, even though it is mostly opaque. That's going to go in there like you do. So great to see you there, Zelica. Wasn't sure if you've had a chance to finish off some projects and such during your Christmas holidays here. I'm going to say that is soft. There we go. There we go. See that? Just using that and doing a little bit of mixing and blending with that. Let me see now. Again, I'll probably try to finish off for like Monday during the day. I might try to do the second episode of this, right? That's speaking of our painting large scale. It's also technically part of our printing workshop, I guess you could say. And again, appreciate everybody joining. Appreciate that. And again, we've done lots of Christmas ornaments now. I think, gosh, I think I've done at least 8 of them or 9. We did some more planets too. We did, oh, that's right, Venus and, oh, they're hanging on the tree. I'm like, where the heck did Venus and Ceres go? They're actually hanging on the tree right now. But again, New Year's Eve, so just a few days from now, on I guess Thursday, right, we're going to be painting Earth once again. This is our Christmas tradition. We start with the East Coast time zone and we work our way all the way around here to this time zone right there. So we try to cover 6 time zones on our New Year's Eve stream. So probably, I would say somewhere around 15-ish minutes or so to midnight on the East Coast is when we'll start, or Eastern time zone anyways. And remember, we're kind of doing the realistic skin thing. I think it all kind of started with Theoden. Where's Theoden here? Yeah. This was the one that kind of dictated, because again, you can kind of see the greenish stuff in the skin tones there, even though, yes, he's a gummy bear. And we did, didn't we do some of that on, yeah, even, see on Sauron there, there's some of the grayish skin tones on him. And again, we've had Cam. It has been so much fun. And again, Camden, thanks for everything. Really appreciate that. At the now, I am not going to. Well, I think was it January 4th we get new credits. So I'm gonna try to do. Look at this. Check this out, Grand Oracle. Look at here. I'm gonna get me a little bit more of the violet. That glaze is not even set yet, and we're already using it for our wraith here. Already starting to employ that. And it hasn't even set. Because that's how we roll here. That's how we roll here. So Tom Bombadil, maybe I'll give him blue pants. He's got like red-ish pants. All right, so fine, whatever. We'll just do that. I don't care. But they'll be darker so that the yellow boots show up more. So his pants taken care of. Then we got to get that blue along the there we go. And then we're going to give this a little bit more of a reddish. So once here, let's do this. Now I did try to make a Goldberry. What was Goldberry's dress like? Because it basically made it like a bunch of leaves. So I'll have to look at a reference of Goldberry. I never really thought of Goldberry as like being dressed in a bunch of leaves, but maybe that's the case. I don't know. That I'm gonna have to find a reference of Goldberry, and because again I painted the GW one. She mostly just kind of looked like Eowyn, just in kind of like a white dress or something with the long blonde hair, and that was about it. And maybe she had a flower in her hand. That was pretty much that was pretty much it for Goldberry. Gonna go do the the darker eye stuff right here. Sorry about the voice. I know that, and again, sorry I had to like a little bit after the 4 hour mark because Camden, I think I almost fell asleep on stream about 4 times last night during the stream. So yeah, sorry I had to kind of bug out a little bit earlier there. Yeah, that was one of the trixier ones right there. So we'll just have to wait on that. That is too soon for doing that element there. Get rid of that. Indian yellow. And some of this. This is another kind of semi-opaque glazy thing here, but it's got the Indian yellow in there too. And you can tell this is not a pinline wash, right? Because there's no way that would just stop there. That would just keep it right on rolling. And that's going to be one of the things when you're using oils, especially early on. This kind of stuff that I'm doing here, well, that's going to be difficult. That's kind of a learned behavior right there. That is just one of those things that's going to happen with practice. That's the only way you're going to get that. So you can see the hat now has a bit more of that reddish look to it. And there's still some mixing that's going on here too. You can see that. When I start doing this, that means it's all kind of mixing together there. Get this other yellow boot down there. Okay, good enough. And you can see that's already starting to set a little bit. We might even be able to mess around with Mr. Wraith here. This brush here? No, 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 not you. Where's one of my newer ones? Like this guy, maybe? It was very much sleep depraved. Yes, very much depraved. Uh-huh. And then, well, my brother was trying to be nice. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna drop off some food this afternoon for you." I'm like, "When we, when did you say you were? You never told me you were trying to get over here today." So I'm like, "Holy smokes!" I was trying to recover some of that lost sleep. So again, we're just, you can see here, see how that's mixing together. Sometimes we can only do so much of it. Sometimes we could do a little more. It's all about consistency differences here. If you have a different enough consistency, you're going to have it. You're going to have some adhesion there. Fine, we'll use a little bit of U. We'll just again hit rust on that there. There we are. Now, Real Brush Guy, I guess I was trying to think. Actually, Real Brush Guy, I have not heard from everybody's favorite Dutchman there, Snowiak. Yes. Actually, have you heard from Snowiak in a while there, Real Brush Guy? Yeah, I haven't seen Snowiak in a long time. Here, let me just hit that again. We're going to mostly go rust on that sword there. Also, haven't seen Arathu in a while, so hopefully Arathu is doing okay. I've seen Denethor, he was just on the stream, oh gosh, a few streams ago. That's fantastic, Brush Guy. And again, everybody please give Real Brush Guy a follow. And again, check out what Real Brush Guy posted in the chat there. I wasn't sure if he was doing as many of his his little bike trips and stuff there. He's doing some painting again. Well, say hello for me there, Real Brush Guy, if he's in your next stream or something like that. Let me do some more of this here. Pull that down. There we go. Okay. Also that, and then we'll start to maybe do some lighter stuff on the face as well. Thanks, Brush Guy. I appreciate that. And again, sorry that I haven't been able to join in on the streams. Can we get away with this? Yes, see, we can get away with this now. A second ago, no dice. That has set enough, and the consistency as far as, thinner to paint ratio, just different enough. Lets me do that. And again, thank you, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. We have yet another video that was put out on Christmas there. One more video put out on Christmas, and again, that was all about those new discoveries that I was able to make. You know what? I think I can already start to do some lighter stuff here on his bluish coat there. I'm going to start doing some of that already. Right here. And that's just a dry brush. How evs, because the paint's all wet, that's blending. It's the wettest dry brush ever. Look at that. That was a dry brush. However, it's all mixing, right, like that. But then we got to kind of like, okay, no more with you. Put you off to the side. No more fooling around on that for a while. So yeah, I still cannot believe the difference. Where's my one Aragorn one? That's not the Aragorn. There it is. So again, that's the image to STL version, and then this is the Maker World version. So it's the exact same design, right? Except you have more of a true relief there, whereas again, anything that's dark here is going to be like way, way down into the shadow areas. All right, well, Velfair, let's see. Let me actually, Velfair, this is crazy. Let's do this. Why don't you do the honors there, Velfair, before you get knocked unconscious? Actually, Velfair, are you going to be in concussion protocol? Now, hopefully you're not in concussion protocol as long as Jordan Love. But, yeah, why don't you do the honors there, Velfair, because, yeah, I want to see. I'll bet you these aren't going to look all that different because we don't have a lot of value stuff going on here. So I'm pretty sure, Velfair, we can make Tom Bombadil look just like that wraith. Yeah, he's like a brightly colored wraith. Yeah. Even at this early stage, right? I mean, that's insane. Here, let's bring that back again. Our color intensity here. Yeah. Even at this very early stage, Valfera never gets so Valfera is now in concussion protocol. Well, Valfera, here's hoping you can pull out of it in time for. Let's see. So today is Saturday, at least so Monday. I would like to. I'm gonna try Camda to see if I can either print out. I don't know which of the BSG ships that I have not printed out yet. I was actually tempted, Camda, to try and just see if I couldn't make my own Battlestar Galactica ship. Obviously, Babylon 5 ships, not so much because, well, they're just a little too organic. And I just too many wings. I think that the BSG ships are going to be a little bit more possible to do. Either that, I'll just see if I can at least make my own Viper. That's it. Yes, I'm going to see if I can at least make a Viper. I don't know if I can make a Star Fury, because I was thinking that too, Camda. Believe it or not, Camda, that was the other thing that I was kind of because you've never seen some of the Star Trek ships that I designed way, way back in the day. I actually did designs for Star Trek ships, so I don't know. Maybe I should take those, like the old designs that I did, see if I can find those somewhere, and see if I can pop those into our new thing and make some kind of 3D things out of them. Now that would be super cool. So see you in a bit there, Camda. I mean, we're only an hour in, right? Yeah, we're 1 hour, 4 minutes in. We're only just getting underway here. We got 4 of our little gummies that we are working on. Now we kind of popped on over to our the Arwen figure here. Starting to get in some of these lighter skin tones. On the hands, we need this here too to be lighter. We did Bilbo, we did that. Now Tommy boy here. Let's see what we can do for Tommy. And we're not going to go... I was going to do the black nose for him. I'm going to go with the regular color nose. Maybe make it a little bit more red. Like this. Like that. I just have to kind of leave that alone down in there. Either that or we... No, I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that schnoz the way it is. Now we're going more towards the violet here on our wraith there. Should be very interesting doing our golem. So yeah, we got, I think, let's see. Now, of course, Monday is usually Armada Mondays. However, I am tempted, since I have those made, I might actually paint some of the gummy bears on Monday. I know it's Armada Monday, but we'll see how that goes. Kind of, again, it depends what I can get ready. But it would be neat, again, for photography purposes to be able to show off the gummy bears here. Let me take this. No. I'm going to use the white and our not radiant violet here. It's going to be quite the creepy little skin tone here for our wraith bear. Where is... So it's not going to be as light as Grima. Grima has, again, more of that kind of bluish violet in the recesses there. Alright, Bilbo Bear. It's going to get a little bit of light on that sword. Walking stick there. I'm going to maybe here grab some of our... It's going to be a much brighter green for the light on his cloak there. That is until it starts mixing. Look at that. Well, looky there. Yeah, this has taken a long time, right? Yeah, we really had to struggle mixing colors on the palette to do that. Oh, wait, no, we didn't. We just slapped it on here and let it do its own thing. That's how we roll here. That is how we roll. Where's Bombadil? Different green here. Man, again, just letting that mix. That's what that stuff's sitting there for, is for us to be able to look at this. Do you see any brush strokes there? I'm thinking no. Now look at this. We got essential. Oh, that's easier to see, like micro filbert there. That's why I like these basically craft brushes here. That's all they are. Synthetic craft brushes. It's all they are. They actually last longer like this than trying to buy really small filbert brushes. In fact, I should probably snag me another set of these here. because we're going to be going through them pretty quick. Now, the paint is even drier, right? Consistency change. Yeah, I got to go even drier with it, I think. Yep, see that? Drier paint. There's literally zero, and I mean like zero thinner in this. It's not like super thick straight out of the tube. It's dry brush straight out of the tube. That's a whole different deal. You know, big giant piles of paint right out of the tube, even with alkyds. That's I don't know if you want that. But like this here, this again, I've got the filbert brush going. We just bam, right on there. Yeah, we are working on 4 miniatures simultaneously here. All right, this is starting to set a little bit better. Do I have an Arwen reference up here? Nope, I don't. I'm going to get me my... 1 second here. Let me see if I can find me Arwen reference. Gotta get that out of my way. All right. There we are. Let me make that a little smaller so it's not quite in my way. Alrighty. So I'm going more the ultramarine blue. So I got to get all this stuff out of here. 1 sec. Getting this out of here. Roll with some of this. Also, again, our ultramarine blue. And now let's give this sort of a semi-violet look to it. Oh gosh, it's going to be difficult to get to this. I will try here. 1 sec. So, kind of like this. Remember we did this one right here? Still got to print this one out a lot larger because that's I did that one at 28 mil size. Also here. Get that going down into the crevices. Now it's still kind of, we're going to have to give that a chance to set some more. Not surprised because it's the ultramarine blue. I am going to try and get some little bit of rosiness on the cheeks. Let me see if we can do that. There we go. Again, just kind of dry brushing that on there. Where's there he is. I'm thinking we got to give him more of a red snoot there. Don't know why, but that's what we're gonna do. And I do again. I was working on a goldberry bear. Yes, I was working on a goldberry bear. Like was it? Oh, Baragon. That's right. That's the other figure that was asking me if I wanted to do. Yeah, just when you think the Lord of the Rings gummies are through, oh my God, there's many many more that still have to be done. And then here's our favorite little mix of green and our skin tone together. Oh, look at that. It starts to create a little 5 o'clock shadow for Bilbo Bear. Looky there. Little smidge of 5 o'clock shadow for him right there. Let me take some of this, some of our brown together here. Nope, going to refill that again, and then boom. Yeah, let's darken you up, and let's also get some of that here. Buttons. just try to darken up those buttons here for now. There's buttons all over the place on our little Bilbo right here. So I'm going to have to name Bilbo Buttons instead of Bilbo Baggins. I'm have to leave Tom off to the side. I'm going to do this same deal here for Arwen. Got that. I'll try and take this here. And do some of that. Up here's a little hint of it. There. And then, of course, the even star here. Bingo. Violet again here. No, I'm going to go with this. That is going to go here. Actually, I might go more with the violet there. Yeah, that might make more sense. You also start doing the... Let's get that mixed a little bit more. We'll take this here brush and take away some of that lighter stuff. So working on 4 more of our beers. Bilbo, Bombadil, Arwen, and a generic wraith here. Just a generic wraith. Hopefully it is not too late. Now, after doing all that drier stuff, well, consistency got to change. Well, what do we have to do? We got to get ourselves more towards a more thinner approach. And by more thinner, again, not a massive change, maybe 15% tops. That's it. There's maybe 15% more thinner in here max than there was on the previous application, and it's kind of all we need. You don't need a ton more. That is clearly enough to get adhesion. Now, well, we're kind of waiting for some of this other stuff to set. Why don't we take another one of these guys? Here, was one of our more beat up liner brushes. Again, these are the only non-craft brushes we got here. Everything else, just craft brushes. Rusty things. Blammo. Rusty things. You know what? I'm going to do some stuff on our little skelly friends down here. Darker glaze stuff kind of set on some parts of these, so... actually, Armored Wolf, these are the skellies that you printed out at the larger scale. I have to start doing this too, Armored Wolf. I've got to print out a bunch of the Make It Epic basing bits at 72, 75 mil, especially like all of this stuff here, the Skelly Friends. I think for a while I was getting a little bit spoiled with all of the Loot Studios stuff and Nerixon. I mean, even the... Oh, God, and of course Valfira would be making fun of me if I couldn't remember this here, but That's one of his favorites here. And we've done a bunch of her stuff too. I think we got one of her figs here. Boy, it's hard to get to it. One sec, let me move this over here. But remember these Bellinok miniatures? Again, even then, most of the time it's an integrated base. So there's not, I haven't really had, it's kind of weird, Armored Wolf. I haven't actually had a whole lot of need for 70, 72, 75 mil basing bits at all. And all of a sudden now, if I'm going to be making my own 75 mil figs, whether they're the Eldritch Foundry variety or whatever, I'm like, yeah, I need 72 mil bits. So if you could shoot me a reminder, yeah, I'll just set up like a third and a fourth printer or something like that. Like I'll just set up in the front yard and just start printing out 75 mil basing bits there. Because yeah, all of a sudden there's a need for them. There literally never was before. I did some like for the some of the sculptors worked with confrontation, but the Raging Heroes stuff, I print those out at 72, 75 mil. But that's more like stuff that I got trees printed out for that. No, I'm gonna leave that alone for now. No, let's do the flower. Let's mess around with our flower first. I'm gonna grab me this. I'm gonna grab me some of this, and we're gonna do this. Make this. Wasn't not gonna do a red flower. I'm gonna do this white one because that's kind of, I think, usually what we see. There's more of the white flowers there for Tom Bombadil. Let me do that. Maybe here too. Also on his hat, I guess. Is that a leaf behind there? Can't really tell. Take this out. Where's my thinner? Jeez, I gotta refill this. We're down to our last few drops of thinner in our little dropper bottle here. Come on, give me some of this weight going here. Gotta thin it down. And look at that. Send it down. Bammo. We have contact. We have contact. Look at that. This minus the piece of fuzz on that brush. Okay, and just leave you to the side for right now. Let us do a little something on Sting. Where is... That might still need to have a chance to set some more there. Ooh, that's getting a little too late. It's back. Oh, here, let's grab maybe some of that. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That's not too bad on some. Even that is still too light on some of those. Also, too, this is a very beat up brush. Again, this was really supposed to be just for doing the rusty glaze thing. But we're starting to get a little bit of his coat there. Lighter stuff on that. Now, how's about we go? That's really going to be very much a lemon yellow right there. Let me see what this here is going to do. Minus again the big old piece of fuzz on that brush. And look at, see that darker stuff on the brush? That is all mixing together there. Look at that. It's all mixing together. Come on, there we are. So people say yellow is difficult to paint. Well, it's not with oils. Not when you can just do this. I mean, poof, there you go. We haven't even taken a blending brush to it. And I'm using a beat up brush here. I mean, this is a really beat up brush here, and it's still, I'm able to just like go over here, grab me a whole bunch of this light yellow. All right, move this out of the way. Can you see what we're doing there? Yeah, look at that. See that big old blob of paint there? Watch what happens when we start to push it to the right and to the left. It starts to mix with all the paint that is just sitting there waiting for. Look at that. That is a no fuss, no muss blend. Look at that. Look at this. Drop that color over here, and now it's pretty much working its way all around his little chapeau here, all the way around. I mean, again, I've heard people say that painting yellow is a super hard, difficult thing. Well, I don't know how hard was that. I don't think that was too hard. Now here we're gonna do a little change o pace. This is a little bit more the Indian yellow for his boots here. So not quite as lemon yellow on his boots. Is nice. Let's lighten that up a little more on the edge of that. But now we're going to have to leave this alone for a while. Yeah, we'll have to let that set. How's about messing with his beard for him? I haven't really done a whole bunch with the beard. We're going to get some of our... let's get that red in there. Come on, more of that red. And even this, so this is more of a dry brush right here. We even turning this little liner brush here. Look at this. This works because it is beat up. We have now successfully made a micro filbert brush out of this. Reason we can do this is because the oils, if they're kind of on the thicker side like this, what it does is it's like the one true ring. It binds the bristles together. Maybe that's why we have the Linseed Fellowship. Also, too, if you want to see all those other gummy bears, Lord of the Rings ones, all 13 of them, plus these here, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that's where you can check those past sessions out. And I'm going to try to, after the stream here, that's among the other things I got to do, I'm going to try and make sure that those are all ready to go, kind of lined up. I think there's maybe one of them is already posted to the channel. Not so sure. But this is what, stream number 4. Yeah, stream number 4 with our gummies here. And guess what? There's more on the way. There will be more streams of our Gummy Bear Lord of the Rings. Nah, that needs some yellow in there. That might just do it for... Now again, look at, see how it's flat there. It's about, well, that would be about a 1/16 of an inch-ish. And then you can see it's more of a flat surface there. We can even make it more. We'll just take some more of that paint out of there. Look at this. So we got that. And now it almost looks like it's a, it's back to being a nice brush again. But the whole idea here is, again, to create this sort of a filbert brush so I can do this sort of lighter dry brush stuff right here. Come on, back to this. Get the other side of his mustachio there. And oh, and by the way, we're working on 4 of these, and we are 90 minutes in. Looks like 90 minutes in. It's quite a bit in just 90 minutes here. Why? Because we saw with the hat, right? Not fooling around with a whole bunch of layers. You would be amazed at just how long, how much time you save when you don't have to worry about, oh, well, you know, that one little gradation, that's going to take like 15 layers of paint. Nah, we're not doing that here. No. Hashtag no layers. Just like here, look, that hand is way darker than this until this hits it. And as you can see, we just kind of feather that, and it just, it all blends together. That's what the oils do. That is what the oils do very easily. Get, there's a lot of areas too sometimes, even on these figures that are hard to reach. The oils actually really help with that kind of situation. Because as long as you can just get a brush vaguely down, you can just get some paint down in there. You take another brush that has no paint on it, and you just kind of push that around, and you're pushing the paint around that it's down in all those recesses. Next thing you know, you're kind of making yourself some blends there by default almost. Now, shadow of the hat, so we're not going to maybe do too much of a lighter tone on his face, I don't think. So see, there, we're going to do that. I'm going to take this here and just going to make sure that we have gotten any cleaner or anything there that's, yeah, again. So this is, again, almost like a, look at that. It's a tale of 2 brushes. Tale of 2 brushes, which now then becomes a fabulous blending brush right there. No. Let's wander back over to Arwen. Doing a little bit something different with the skinny tones here, because every so often I just try to break out a different color or two, and here we're using some more of the Paul Rubens sort of lighter opaque colors that I have not used. Either haven't used in a long time or only have used them in some of our color theory and oils videos. So there's a link to both of the YouTube channels. Now, on the other channel, obviously, that's mostly reserved for the tutorial vids for the Patreon page. However, that now is featuring our Army Showcase videos. And there's 4 up there right now. And I'm going to actually put my Facebook reel. That's going to go up there after the stream. So that'll be up tomorrow. And that is how I'm trying to show off things like the armies, all the different figures. Nope. Let me go back to this rosé stuff here. There we go. We're doing this little bit of a... It's this feathered sort of dry brush type stroke, and you can see how that blends stuff together, right? We're doing that over here too. You can see how that blends together there. Come on, get that ear a little. So imagine like that round surface there. Imagine with the Space Marine shoulder pads and such. Think of how easy it would be to get those. Now on the Patreon page, I've got, 11 chapter studies videos. It's where we take different Space Marine chapters and we just, kind of show. We even get into a little bit of the freehand, so very basic insignias. We've done Dark Angels, Blood Angels, Salamanders, White Scars, Black Templars, Smurf Marines, Imperial Fists. I think Imperial Fist was the very first one. Did like a Custodes type of one. We do have at least one series on Sisters of Battle miniatures. I think that was series 19. We're on series, well, I'm just about to start series 39. Bilbo, yeah, okay, fine. We'll get to Bilbo here. Yeah, a little bit of light on the ears. Just let that blend do its thing. We'll get some lighter stuff on his hair and this little go round too, I think. After we start getting some lighter stuff on his face here. Around his nose. Come on, a little bit above his eyes there. Keeping this relatively dry. And you can see how that just kind of, with that gentle brush stroke, that's blending a little bit with that very gentle brush stroke. And can't have that gentle brush stroke if you've got the death grip here. First of all, well, newsflash, miniatures get painted faster when the brush touches the figure. That's, again, that's kind of a tip you don't get anywhere else. But the lighter grip you have on the brush, the easier it is to do what I'm just doing right here. This nice little very light brush stroke here. And if we feel we need to, we can... there's my blending brush. Now take it to that. There's no paint on that brush. All we're doing is taking the paint that's already on there, maybe, well, actually taking off some of the extra paint. And that's creating, now again, a little nice soft blend. That's why we don't need the airbrush things. Because those take a whole lot of extra time masking, and then you got to clean them afterwards. And you go to use them, and maybe you haven't used them in a while, they're all clogged up. And by the time you unclog those things and start to actually use them, it's time to then clean them up again because you're in the process of clogging them by using them. Bombadil here. Now this, I just put a little bit of thinner on there, and yep, and there we go. We've got the adhesion we needed, and that's because we changed the consistency there. Nope, gonna refresh that brush. Oh, it's a good thing we did. Very good thing we did. Now we'll take our blending brush to this. See that was a hard edge. They're not a hard edge anymore. Let me just maybe grab this stuff here. Maybe need to start doing some of the lighter blue on his coat there. So let me grab this brush. Sky blue. White is mixed together. There's a little too much stuffs on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Once again, trying to create a junior filbert brush right here. A very, very small filbert style brush. Just dragging that over the surface there to let that mix together. taller. Come on, there we are. Same deal there. More sky blue. Blending brush. Fine, fine, fine. We'll use this. There we go. Yep, that's what we needed to do. Doing this here. Lighter over here. Oh, that the little bandle on the top. I'm gonna grab me some of this. Almost forgot about that. I don't want to make that too late. Might also then swing back around to a ringwraith bear. I think he's had a chance to chill out for a while. Maybe see something with his beard and mustache. We move Arwen out of the way here. I think this is our Tom. But okay, never mind. That's just got him super. Actually, I think we can get rid of that reference. We're not going to be using that one too much. Yellow. Some of our red here. Ooh, geez, a little bit of that white. I mean, I wanted to just be another skin tone color here. And of course, I might also come back with some of the darker red for his beard and mustache. In fact, I probably almost certainly will, but that'll happen later. We're not even 2 hours into this yet. One hour 42 minutes to go. They all looked like this here. Yeah, that's what they looked like. I just brushed down all the primer at the same time, so they most definitely looked exactly like that. Ebony Flesh Dino Res. That is all it was. Come on, there we are. Like this. Perhaps a little lighter. Let me try some more of the yellow in there. I think we pretty much did. I think we're just gonna have to leave that alone for a bit. Let's do some stuff here on our ringwraith bear. It's just a generic race, not supposed to be one of the named ones or anything like that. Too much stuff on there. Trying to get a little of the like lighter blue stuff. Oh, geez, there's a big old glob of paint on there. We didn't need a giant glob there. So real brush guy, yeah, I was kind of hoping we were gonna have some nice cold weather here, but I don't know. It was super nice earlier in the winter. Yeah, brush guy, the garden got wiped out overnight. It went from basically about 70 degrees to what, 20 something degrees Celsius down to about -4 Celsius overnight for like 48 hours. There was snow. Yeah, that was the end of the garden right there. It happened quick. It went from having like all kinds of tomatoes and peppers to everything was feeny. So there's actually two little weird eyes. I don't know why it put the eyes there, real brush guy. I'm not quite sure why. Actually, well, there was no eyes at all. On the first couple renditions, yeah, there was no eyes, period. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But however, Real Brush Guy, however, I grew everything from seeds, and the for whatever reason, uh, tomatoes and peppers kept coming out just like from the original little indoor things that I had. And I actually, we call it the Christmas tomato plant, Real Brush Guy. Let's put it this way: if I haven't been cutting the top of it off, it would have been like 7 feet tall by now. It's been growing since September, something like that, maybe. So yeah, it's gigantic, and it has Christmas lights and it has ornaments on it. It is the sacred Christmas tomato plant. So yeah, and it just got flowers on there maybe about a week or so ago. So there might be tomatoes. Yes, tomatoes, fresh grown tomatoes in December or January. Yes, January tomatoes. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, what I'm going to do is, well, sometime in January, like maybe early February, late Jan, something like that, I'm going to start planting pepper seeds. So then when it comes time when it's May, those plants will be about 4.5 feet tall, and those will go out in the garden. They'll practically have peppers on them already when they go out there. So now, of course, that may not work. And of course, I do that, and that's probably the one time it's going to, well, it has snowed in June before. We've certainly gotten frost in June. That there's no doubt about that because I've seen it. Ah, that's right. There was the one art fair I was trying to set up my display, which at the time was made out of these really large PVC pipes. And it was cold enough on June 9th or something like that, that even using a rubber mallet, I still managed to crack two of the PVC pipes. That's how cold it was. Yeah, there was frost on the ground, and it wasn't like June 1st or something. It was like a week into June. Let me do this here. Again, that's got a little bit of violet in there. And we're back to doing our dry brush thing. Again, these are the crafty brushes here. They're super soft. They would be useless for any kind of freehand designs or something like that. But for this sort of stuff, they work very well. Look at this again. See how we're just kind of dragging that color along? No need for ear brushes or anything like that. Just hairy sticks, as we call them. That's all you need. Where are we at with this stuff here? Let me try this again. Now, we could even throw some weathering powders on here. We might even do that on his cloak down there. It might be easier than doing that with paint. Yes, weathering powders on a Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear. We'll do it. Do this here. Also here. Yeah, you can start to see that develop a little bit there. We might be coming back with some of our darkest darks in some of these little recesses here also. We kind of did that over here, but again, some of that stuff's got to set for a little while. Now, speaking of that stuff's still a little bit too soggy in there to fool around with, so we'll have to leave that alone for now. I'm just gonna pop that stuff on there and then do some blending stuff here like this. Yep, not fooling around with weak little timid brush strokes here. We're going strong to the hoop. We're going to take, fine, I'll just use this as a big old blending brush here. Yep, none of that weak stuff. We're going strong to the hoop here. You can see it's taken away some of that excess paint that also kind of makes it seem like it is doing some blending there. Try for some more lighter blue here. So ultramarine. I might roll with that and the ultramarine together. Let's see what this gives us. Should have a little bit of reddishness to it also. All right, let's do. Ooh, there we go. That's just about what I was looking for. That is getting there. We'll do this, and then we're going to have to let it go for a little while to again, to have that, give it a chance to set. Let's hit this again here. Some there. I don't know, we haven't done this, especially not the inside of the sleeve. I haven't done anything on the inside of the sleeve. Let's start getting some of this. And again, that's got some of the ultramarine blue. We don't usually utilize that. Now, this is all Alkyd stuff. I really do enjoy the Williamsburg ultramarine blue, but I'm looking for all this stuff to dry as quickly as possible. And by quickly as possible, I'm like super fast. It's one of the reasons why we're using the Alkyds, because I want to be able to do the final photography with these a little sooner. That'll be just more possible if I use the Alkyds here. And you could, there's a big difference too when you're using them. Also in how fast the paint sets. Okay, get the lighter stuff down here. This is, I think, something we can do in some of the other ones too. Yep, like Bilbo here. Bombadil. Go the other way here. Underside of his hat, I might just use the Mars yellow deep there, because it'll be darker, but I also need it to have a yellowish tint. There we go. That's still pretty much just the original primer that's sitting there. Come on, get in there. Alright, that's good enough. I just had to take care of that little bit, and now we're going to also kind of go the opposite route here. We're going to take some of the dark. We're not working light to dark or dark to light. We're working usually from the middle out both ways. It's a heck of a lot easier, because if everything is dark and you're working your way lighter and lighter and lighter, first of all, that's, well, just going to take you forever, just like if it was all light to start with. Also, too, it's a bit easier to get confused like that, because, well, everything next to light looks dark, and the other way around. So you're going along, it's like, wow, that looks way darker than I thought. Yeah, it's because what you started with was maybe white primer or something like that, and everything next to that looks dark. So you kept making it look lighter and lighter, then, well, they end up with like some kind of super pasty skin tone or something. As in like ultra pasty. Bilbo's here. I shall take this. Let me see just how much of the Van Dyke Brown can use for this here. And this is going to, again, be sort of like a semi dry brush. They're not a true dry brush. But the paint there, that's kind of had a while to set. Oh, geez, it's probably been at least an hour and a half maybe since we last put any kind of paint on this hair. And that's what makes it a little bit easier to do this dry brush thing here. Now, we're still picking up paint. Not anywhere near as much as we would have otherwise, though. Now we've kind of turned this brush onto its side, and now we're using the chisel edge portion of it instead of the flatter portion of our homemade filbert brush right here. And again, these are just synthetic, essentially craft brushes here. These are golden maple, royal langnickel will work. But you got Hobby Lobby with their number 8 round craft brushes. We use those all the time. I think the rest of it, we might come back with just darker stuff, I think, for the rest of his hair. So I'll see you later there, Real Brush Guy. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And, of course, Happy New Year. Happy New Year there, Brush Guy. Hopefully, maybe we see you on that final stream where we do our paint all our earth right there. Final stream of the year. Going into New Year's Day. And of course, we appreciate all the support that folks have done over the entire year. There's no way this happens. Of course, Armored Wolf being bestest moderator on Twitch there. 2026 is going to be very exciting, especially now with the ability to pretty much almost make whatever the heck I want. Between, again, Eldritch Foundry and our other methods there, we have, well, there's certainly going to be a lot more of the flats. We have only just begun to flat. Let me do some of... No, I need a little bit more of the magenta in there. Let me try that. There we go. There we are. All the way to the end, right up to the cloak there. And then we got to leave that his coat alone. Can't be messing around with that. Ooh, how about we take this lighter green? Maybe we even take some of the yellow into that. And let's start doing some of our foliage here. Of course, that's the other reason why I want to get these completely dry and everything really quick so that we can do all of our foliage on the bases. Flock, foliage, all that good stuff. These are 3D printed basing bits here, again, from Make It Epic Basing. Some of them, Goon Master, I think it's Goon Master, not Goon Monster Games, and then Zabavka. Those are kind of the big three. There are some other, like, scattered ones where, okay, we just got these treasured piles by these guys, or sometimes Diwali. Well, let's see. Yeah, the printing goes ever on. Titan Forge, Highland Miniatures. Sometimes they'll do basing bits as part of their releases. So thanks so much, Real Brush Guy, and again, have a happy New Year too, just in case we don't get to see you there. And have lots of fun streaming. If you wanted to share your stuff one more time in that chat before you head on out to sleep, well, to work, not Sleepyland, but to doing regular daytime stuff there. Come on, what we got? There we go. There we are. And all the while, that does mix the entire time. We've got mixing going on there. You can see because the darker stuff is on the end of the brush there. We also, yeah, we're going to have to get our sort of magenta pinkish color on some of these. Again, these are our bog myrtle bushes here. Oh yeah, that's right. Our one's got a whole bunch of this stuff here. Whole bunch of this stuff here. And then I don't know if these are Make It Epic basing ones here too, but these are the ones, these little log with the tree fungus on them. Those were some of the other ones again that came out. I think that was that was the Adepticon thing in July there. Do this now. Come on, get in there. This now. Here. It's not a little too much of the thinner end there. Not quite as dry as what I was looking for. Now we'll leave that tree fungus for now. More of that in here. What have we got? Yeah, we'll do some of that. In we go here. Oh, we gotta get more of this deeper into these bog myrtle bush leaves here. Oh, a little something on the stems. That's got to be not quite so much with the green. Grab some of this. Some of our white here again. We are turning this into a micro filbert brush, really. I don't remember. Don't even remember the last time I bought a filbert brush. Mostly because, well, again, they get destroyed pretty quickly. Just pretty much been using. Yeah, I used to get the the Princeton Velvet Touch filbert brushes. Kind of don't really do those as much anymore. Let me try to get some lighter stuff like that on our Bombadil here. Let me do some more of this. Come on, there we go. Ah, yeah, this plant here needs lighter stuff on the sides of the leaves. A little bit there, maybe on the stem. And then after this, I'm going to take my magenta and do some glaze stuff on the... This doesn't really have any of the buds on it, so I don't think we need to worry about on our Bilbo figure here. But the other ones are Arwen and Bombadil. We definitely need to get some of our uh, more rose color there. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. How you doing? Well, Merry Christmas and almost Happy New Year there, Pura Vida. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Great to see you there, Doji. Oh, geez, Doji. You know what? Oh, I don't have the stuff to make a dump cake, darn it. However, Doji, my brother did drop off a piece of French silk pie. So technically, actually, it was a bakery run, Doji. Actually, it was a bakery delivery to the house, to the back door by my brother. Everybody, please give Doji a little look. See there, Doji, why don't you post your stuff from Instagram? Because guess what? Doji also does the oil painting. Check this out, Pura Vida. This is our latest set. We started with these 2 hours and 6 minutes ago. We got Arwen, Bombadil, Bilbo, and a Wraith right there. Yeah. And again, here's I think you saw some of the earlier ones, right, Pura Vida? I don't know if you saw the first set because that was one of the first set. I think this was one of our latest set there where we did Sam and Frodo. And of course, here's this was a really funny little combo right. Actually, I got to do maybe a Palantir. We haven't done a Gummy Bear Palantir for him, so we need to do that. So, but check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. And of course, Pura Vida, we've done a ton of ornaments. I know you've seen one of those streams. This was last night's stream, little Rohan theme. So we've reflected Medjuseld in the shield boss right there. Because, you know, that's what we do here. All right, Doji. So again, everybody please check out that link that Doji just shared. And Pura Vida, oh my gosh. Just my niece, for whatever reason, I have no idea how the conversation got to it, but when she was a kid, she used to have 2 or 3 Furbies. One thing led to another, Pura Vida. Well, all of a sudden now there's, yes, there's Lord of the Rings Furbies. There are now Lord of the Rings Furbies. I'll try and show you some of the pictures if I can. It's pretty insane. You think these are demonic? Wait till you see the Lord of the Rings themed Furbies. They make these things look like little Lego people or something. Hey there, Peace Talker. Merry Christmas and almost Happy New Year. So Pura Vida, like always, this is going to be our New Year's Eve stream. We will start here, East Coast time zone, and work all the way over here to Armored Wolf's Alaska time zone there. And actually, well, guess that there's more. There's more of these because I just created myself basically before and after Kamul the Easterling figures. So you'll be seeing those on stream soon enough and also in tutorial videos. I'll probably do maybe the regular miniatures on stream and save some of the biggies for tutorial vids or something. But yes, believe it or not, we will have... basically, I'm trying to do that for all of the named ring rates. Essentially do before and after versions of what they were like is essentially like Numenorian kings for all lack of... I mean, not all of them were Numenorian kings, but they were kings of men anyways. So Merry Christmas there, Peace Talker, and of course Pura Vida. Hopefully you've had maybe a chance to do a little bit of painting. Hopefully Christmas was either mellow or filled with fun and merriment and all that kind of good stuff. But and of course, oh yeah, new flats. We've also done lots of new stuff with the flats here. Made some discoveries just quite by accident, and now we have a very different type of flat here. Gee whiz. I got more of these printed out than I thought. So not only do they have more bas relief, but they also have a frame. The frame is actually incorporated straight away. So here's one of our B5 ones here. And these were some of the two brand new. I just did these earlier today. Those prints there. And again, that's what they were like. So that is doing them an image to STL. And then that's what it's like doing them with Maker World now. So yep, Pura Vida. Oh, here's the latest. Well, here, all of these printed at once. Here's some new Gummy Bear Lord of the Rings stuff. So we've got Alex the Cave Troll. That's just Shadowfax by himself. We have Mouth of Sauron and Gollum. And then this one here. So Pura Vida, when I'm printing standard 28mm figs like Lord of the Rings stuff, there's upwards of 15 to maybe 20 miniatures on the build plate at any one time. Those build plates can take half an hour, 45 minutes to create. That's before you've ever printed anything. And that's why we don't sit there and like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go do a new slicer. It's like, no. I have spent countless hours creating build plates in a slicer. To switch to another one would basically mean take all those hundreds of hours and just chuck those in the garbage can. So we ain't doing that. Think of them like little, not Jenga. Is it Jenga puzzles or something like that, or Tetris or something? Yeah, maybe that's it. Pura Vida. It's kind of like Tetris. You're arranging the figures there on the build plate. And it's not enough to just go, okay, we're just going to stick them on there. You have to arrange those so that you're not maybe putting too much stress on the FEP or something like that in any one location. So you can't have too much heavy stuff all in one section of the build plate. You have to spread that out a little bit. Now, I don't know, maybe if the newer fangled printers are less susceptible to that kind of thing. I do not have one of those newer fangled printers. I got an old fangled printer. Some would say a very old fangled printer now. These are Anycubic Mono X printers. I believe they were used to print up some of the props used in the Abraham Lincoln Stephen Douglas debates. Thanks, Peace Dogger. Man, we're up to going to be up to 17 of these. This is still one of the wildest ones. So this is Radagast here, and it'll even have a little Sebastian right there. Yeah, that's our Radagast bear. And of course the Eomer bear is pretty hilarious. Let me get rid of that fuzz off of him. And then where's yeah, there's Lurtz. We're also going to, Warg Riders. Holy smokes, I haven't done Warg Riders yet. I have not done Warg Riders. That is a shame there. I haven't done those yet. Let me try here. Let me just got to get some of this paint off of my fingers here. 1 second here. I'm just trying to get my reference back up there. Okay. Can I really make this? I think I can still make some of the skin lighter here. Over the nose. Not too light. Oh, yeah, we gotta get this little tiara thing a little bit lighter, too. Let me see if I can't get the chin a little lighter. Now, so Pura Vida, I'm not sure if you've seen some of the new videos on the Patreon page there. Just a lot of exciting new stuff. and I mean a lot of exciting new stuff. More new stuff, just more new stuff kind of discovered today. It's almost, it used to be like every several months maybe there would be a big new discovery. Then it got to be like every few weeks. Then every couple of, now it's like every other hour. It's like, wow, I didn't know that an hour ago. I didn't know that 15 minutes ago. So yeah, now we have ourselves a warg rider. A little bit lighter there, yeah. No, we're just gonna have to either get more thinner in this. Just leave it like so. Now let me try to get some lighter stuff on the little TR thing, and I think that should also be more bluish, if anything, here. Not gold, but more of a blue. Bluish gray. And of course, well, same thing with all the flats. Once I get those figured out, once we have honest to goodness, because I've learned a lot about these files here, we'll I've learned that well, the early versions of these, all of these were mostly ended up being what 30 feet tall. I mean, seriously, these are printed out at 2% size. That was again lesson learned the hard way, which means I have to somehow resize these before I make them kind of available just as STLs for the folks on the Patreon page. So glad you've had some time to paint there, Peace Talker. If you wanted to share, you got Insta, Discord link or something there to what you've been working on and you want to show that off, please go ahead. Again, great to see you here. We're trying to get a little bit in here, something lighter going on with the hair. He's nice. There we go. Oh yeah, sure thing there, Peace Talker. Sure thing. Go ahead and ask away. A little lighter for right now anyway. Get this stuff out of here. Now that maybe a little more thinner in this. Let me lighten that up a bit more. So this is back to our ultramarine blue here. A little more of it here. This now. Hey there, Inganes. Great to see ya. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also streams the oil painting. So Inganes, you got to share some stuff in the chat there, please, so folks can check that out. So great to see you there, Inganes. A little bit on Inganes, I'll show you I finally was able to get a couple of the Japanese flats printed out with, using the new method. And I do think I'm going to go back and try and, redo all of the Japanese flats in our, infinite free time there. Let's see. So Peace Talker, I do have some vids on that. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Just had to blow the dust off of there. So it's not all that different than if you're doing gemstones or something, Peace Talker, except they're obviously a lot sharper. So you can see we've got you got this kind of light here, and then you got the dark there, and it gets lighter. So same deal here. So see, it's kind of darker there, it gets lighter there. It's almost like a combo of non-metallic metal and like gemstones there, Peace Talker. So yeah, you can see it's darker here, and then it's lighter there. It's kind of this darker here, lighter, and it's the same way everywhere. So that's kind of how you can go about doing your crystals. And again, you're almost treating them as if they were kind of like gemstones almost. Think of it like very sharp gemstones, Peace Talker, with lots of sharp edges. And again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Ngane's just shared as well. And please give Ngane's a follow. So Ngane's hopefully, again with all the new additions there, everything is still going well. Not passing around a whole lot of funky things there, which seems to be kind of going around. People are passing some things around these days, it looks like. I mean, I don't know, is this peak flu season? Is this kind of the start of flu season? Is there a second flu season? I don't know. It just seems like a whole bunch of people are getting sick or something there. Let me take this like so here. So we're starting to get a little more shading and shape in this here. Hey there, Kyron, how you doing? And everybody check out, again, that Insta link there that Peace Talker just shared. So yeah, we've got this little batch here. Kyron is Arwen, Bilbo, Bombadil, and got generic Wraith. So that is generic Wraith. We won't have time to get to Aragorn here, but I was showing off some of the new ones. So eventually, Kyron, and I don't know, another half hour or so I'll get around to showing some of the brand new ones. I finally managed to get Gandalf and Shadowfax to print. Well, the problem was getting the staff in his right arm. It didn't realize the staff and the right arm needed to be, I don't know, attached to each other instead of just floating. Ah, that's good. Oh, that's right. We still have to try and make ourselves a new weeping angel. We'll have to just get a picture of that and try and make a new one out of that. And again, here's some of our ornaments that we have done here. This is there's the Christmas tree nebula. We did a couple of Corsair ships, of course, and there's our Hobbiton Christmas, and of course last night we did these right here, a little bit of Rohan flavored ornaments. Okay, we're just going to go a little bit later on this for right now, and then we'll have to let that all set. All of this, our blue there, going to have to let that set. Fine, let's do a little more of this out here. You don't go there. Well, looky there. It's a little blending brush to make that all just go away. Poof, right there. So yeah, I guess maybe that's also what's going on. It seems like some folks have definitely gotten nabbed by that flu bug there. Let me go back to my little more ultramarine blue. There we are. add a bit more up there, so that's a little bit later. Same deal up in there. Okay, and then we'll just leave that be. Let's actually get some of that here on sting, a little bit of that bluish stuff there. Now we were talking about, we had a couple of these that we need to take our magenta here and do some glaze stuff on some of these bog myrtle bush buds here. Any more over here? Okay, we got, I think this is it. Well, I thought there was going to be more. This is one of the larger bog. There is one down there. Sure enough, there is another one there. Sneaky, tricksy, little bog myrtle bush bulb there. Now, there's another sneaky one over here. And an Arwen had some of those too. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Artemichael, why don't you share some stuff there in the chat? Now, Artemichael, how much snow did you end up actually getting? Or was it more of just like that weird kind of ice combo type stuff? I know the last couple of times it's been sort of a combo platter, hasn't it? And again, everybody please check out this link that Artemichael is going to be sharing. More miniature goodness there. So a nice little 6 inches worth of snow there. Now, is that on top of some ice there, Artemichael? Because it's always extra fun when you have that on top of the ice. Okay, nope, there's still a little of that to do over here. And I think we've got, oh, no, the other side of that. Okay, there we go. Now we got all of the bog myrtle stuff on those. I thought so. Something told me that's how it went. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Artemichael just posted there. I might, let me see if I can do this here. Grab you. I'm going to try and go a little darker under his schnoz here. Also put some darker stuff in his beard. We're going to take that and the brown, mix those together. Yeah, remember we're talking about this? Yep, this is the thing to do here. So more of the ombre and some of the magenta mixed together. Now, Pura Vida, we used to have that all the time here. And especially in the alley, and that's my brother and I, we would get out the hockey sticks, and we didn't even need ice skates because we had that hard-packed snow in the alley, and we could just literally skate around on our boots. Yeah, we would set up a big piece of plywood, just put that up against the garbage cans, and that was the goal. And we would be shooting at that. So yeah, that was the good old days. Again, when you used to be able to, well, I don't know, say able to or needed something like cross-country skis sometimes to get around in winter. Yeah, that was before kind of all the, if your sidewalk has, like this one snowflake on there and somebody manages to fall down, then, well, all of a sudden you got issues. That didn't used to happen back in the day. It was just like, okay, well, yeah, somebody slipped and fell on the ice. That happens. It's winter. Ice happens. Now, let me use the Prussian blue here instead. Just darken up the end of that. Yeah, Pure Vita, we could I mean, sometimes you could skate for quite a distance on your just your boots. That is again, that was that super hard packed snow. We had I mean, like a normal amount of snow early, and then there's been nothing ever since. It's kind of turned into one of those stupid winters. I don't know if you were in the one stream there, Pura Vida, when it was Thanksgiving, and overhead you could hear and see lots of Canada geese hightailing it out of town. And that's when I figured, okay, we're going to have a normal winter because the geese are not decided, they're not coming back for the winter. It's been so stupid warm here the last several winters. The geese have actually come back from the south. Like, it's too warm down there. We'll just come up here. So see you later there, Doji. Well, we'll see you on your Tuesday. Yeah, your Tuesday. Now, again, it could be some more Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. It all depends if I can get any kind of ships or whatever printed out before then. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Let me roll with some of this here. No, more thinner. Let me get that around the outer edge of these paddles here. To clean that up a little bit as well. So see you later there, Doji. Maybe I didn't really want to. Oh well. Ooh, no, that's going to be too close to that. Too close. Let me try this. That is some of our Mars Yellow Deep and some of our Violet. Nope, too much gunk on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. So hopefully we'll just, well, of course, so Pura Vida, the way the printers are set up, when we have a normal winter with, say, cold, it's actually nice and toasty where the printers are. When it's all warm and everything, that's when the printers get kind of frosty because the furnace thing, oh, it's like 70 something degrees in the living room. We don't need to turn on any furnace, which is not a big deal for the upstairs, which might be okay, 69, 68 degrees at worst. In the basement where the printer is, now it's like 64, 65, and that is on the cusp of, nah, don't want to be printing at that temperature. So thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the YouTube channels. Again, the other YouTube channel, well, what would you say, the original one, that's where all the Army Showcase videos are going. And I've got several of the, well, we have technically dozens of those in the works, but there's the first true, I guess, what would you say, Lord of the Rings Army Showcase video. That's going to be Army of the Dead. And I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of the photography on that this week as well. Well, the week coming up, I guess. Let me sneak some of that Van Dyke Brown over here. Around the bottom of his trousers there. That's even a little bit darker for his beard. There we go. Get that down in there. Maybe again on his mustache here. Set you off to the side. Bilbo, we're gonna give him more of a light color shirt. Let's try this stuff, see how this works. Right in here. See if we can go lighter on top of that. Well, that is way too thick. How's that? Okay, there we go. Pura Vida, I think it kind of depends. Now, if you've got the newer ones, like the very newest ones, Pura Vida, those have heated vats, so it really doesn't matter. The key thing is there, Pura Vida, is that the resin is warm enough. So one of the techniques you can do if you don't have a newer printer with a heated vat is you essentially just kind of warm up the resin with, say, a space heater, something like that. You get that resin warmed up, then you start the print. And once the printer is going, it kind of sort of generates its own heat. Not a lot, but again, it's kind of the if the stuff's just been sitting there, that's when it's an issue. If the resin just because it'll separate. Think of it kind of like peanut butter there, Pura Vida, right? You know, it's kind of separates in the jar, and you got like all the oily stuff on top, and then you've got the what would you say, the kind of the chunky stuff is at the bottom. So that's kind of what can happen to you with the resin there. But again, the heated vats pretty much kind of make that a non-issue. I do not have those. I have a heated vat. It's called a space heater. That's I have a heated vat. It's called like take a hair dryer and blast the bottle of resin with it. That's my heater for the vat right there. Now I think you could get away, 60 something degrees like that. You don't want it too hot either. There's kind of a little bit of a middle zone. Ideally, you would want it to be very much upper 60s. Now, there also does come a point where it gets too warm, and then you have the opposite issue. And I've had that happen for sure. I do believe there was some instances this summer where it just got too toasty down there because there's no air conditioners down there. Yeah, okay, let's and we can always again throw a darker glaze or something over the top of this if we feel like it is necessary. Yeah, let me just take some of the excess off of there. Here, it's getting a little bit too light. We will take blending brush, take some of that away. We're going to come back with some of our darker stuff too, a bit like what we did with the Bombadil there. I almost said Bombardier. So just like Grand Oracle was saying, I mean, you can kind of, it's just something you kind of have to get to know, right, Grand Oracle? You push the limit sometimes. You see what you can get away with. Yeah, 70. Once you get to like 85 or something like that, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? That's where it might be getting a little too toasty for prints. But again, there's certain resins. That was the other reason why I would always get the Soraya Simple. That's it, because it's also, and it even says what, I don't know if it says it on the containers anymore, but it used to say that it was less vulnerable to temperature, especially temperature changes. Not so much like, oh, you can print this at 40 degrees, as in Fahrenheit 40 degrees. It was more like, well, if the temperature should change up or down while you're printing, it's a little bit less vulnerable to that. I mean, is that 100% the case? I have no real way to know. I mean, I can maybe anecdotally say, it seems like it. So yeah, you don't want 30 degrees Celsius or 30 degrees Fahrenheit for printing. Neither one of those 30s is good. One's a wee bit too cold, the other's a wee bit too toasty. Gonna try to lighten up this a little bit more on the other side here. A little more light up there. Might try to get a little bit more of the rosy stuff here on the cheeks. I don't want to go too dark though. Try that. And then we'll do a little bit of blending there. Same here. Might even have to take some of our darkest stuff here for the top parts of the eye. A little bit of the skin tone worked its way on there. Try and do that. Brown. Maybe we'll let some of the blue mix with that. Yeah, but I tell you, Grand Oracle, it's kind of sounds like my niece's robotic litter box that like literally scoops up all the stuff, puts it in a bag for you, weighs the cat. I think it also serves as like a small nuclear reactor, something like, I don't know. It's a litter box, but boy, it does a whole lot of stuff. Bottom of that tiara, a little more. Again, we were talking about doing this, the kind of the darker stuff with the hair in some places here. Back in, okay, that was not supposed to land up there. We'll just kind of use a bit of our blending brush to scrape some of that away and then try this again. There. So we'll try this in again here. Wander over to our Wraith. We haven't done anything on him a while. Now, as we grab our Ring Wraith here, it seems like Irid Kenwife dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Irid? Everybody, please give Irid Kenwife a follow. So, hope you're, well, now a couple days past Christmas, things are still going okay there, Irid. We've got ourselves more Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We have Tom Bombadil, we have Arwen, we have a generic ring wraith, and we have Tom Bombadil here. So yeah, we were just working on our wraith. We're about to get some more light stuff on him. Here's again an example. We've done 13 of these already. There's a little combo of Grima and Saruman. Here we've got Gandalf and Galadriel. with some glowy things right there. So we have Gandalf and Galadriel, and here we've got Theoden and Sam. Where's Frodo? Where are you hiding? There's Frodo back there. So there's Frodo, and there's little Sebastian, and of course Radagast the Brown. I saw actually, because you were doing that yesterday, right, Arid, on stream? Because I could swear I saw you there, and you were painting. It looked like you were painting a Gundam. And of course, Arid, why don't you share some links there in the chat? And of course, our stream yesterday was this right here. We're still painting up some ornaments. Still painting up some ornaments there. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erica Wife just shared. And then, of course, then everybody please give Erica Wife a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. So again, thanks so much for the raid there, Arid. Hopefully this one has been, kind of a fun kit, not too complicated there. I think it was, because you made a diorama out of it, right, Irid? That's what really made that last one super complicated. It was the diorama part. I think you had the Gundam part of it painted right quick, and it was all the diorama base for it that took an extended period of time. That was more extended than what you wanted it to be, if I remember right. Let me try to get a little more light here on his sleeves and such. So again, everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Irid just posted. Do the follow thing. Let me get some more of this going in here. Yep. Now, of course, we do paint other things besides the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We will be doing a whole bunch more of our own homemade 75-ish millimeter figures. We will also be painting one of our Galadriel busts that we made. And here we got more of our Eowyn figures here too. So Pura Vida, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. So Pura Vida, I hope that hopefully we can maybe see you on New Year's Eve there. All right, because again, we will start this time zone here. We're working all the way over to that time zone. One time zone at a time. See what I did there? Yeah, that's why I do words. Now, Camda's not here, but Camda can hear me say that. I do words. Let me do this up here. Also up there. That's got a little bit more, again, of the violet in there. Less of the bluish stuff, more of the violet. Might try to get some lighter stuff on our skelly tones down here. Let's do that. Let's break this down a little. Not too much, right? I know people are always using, like, whatever, bone white or whatever it is for skeletons and skulls. And, well, when they're in something like this, in soil or whatever, they're going to absorb all of the minerals and stuff. And they're more like black. That's a bone, bone that's been in the ground any period of time essentially just turns black. Again, because it's going to absorb all the minerals and stuff. Bone is very absorbent. Work that into here. Maybe a couple little lights on the branch there. No problem there, Irid. We'll see you in a bit. See you in a bit. I know what I'm going to do here in just a second or two is go grab some more medicine. Oh, geez, now it's almost been 3 hours. Oh, and also, too, at hour 3, we can break out our fast mat weight to be able to do some even later things on some of our our Lord of the Rings Gummy Bears here, which we started 2 hours, 50 minutes, and 10 seconds ago. Working with traditional oil paints here. As in traditional oil paints out of the tubes, not any kind of miniature whatever stuff. We just use regular old oil paints right out of the tube, the old-fashioned way. Can I lighten this up a little? Yes, I can. I can lighten this up a touch here. On his shoulder there. Come on, there we go. Little extra light in there. Okay, so what I'm gonna, don't go anywheres. Don't go anywhere. I shall be right back. Just gonna get refreshed. The medicine. Turn off the Christmas lights too. Gotta remember to do that. And we'll probably be getting back to Bilbo. We gotta get some lighter stuff in his hair. Gonna get some darker things on that plant. So we'll probably get Bilbo and Bombadil. We do those in just a sec. So don't go anywhere. Bilbo time. Why don't we? Yeah, I'm gonna start up with this to do some darks to separate the shirt from the vest. Okay, that's better. Then the coat from the vest. Now let's come back and get some lighter things in here. And break down, and again, we're in a little bit here. I can actually break out the fast mat white for some of those like really light tones that we're going to need for some of our highlights. Maybe on some of the metals there. Let's get rid of that. I think you got all that extra junk on there. We're going to get rid of some of that stuff there. Let's get rid of that. Now we can do that. And just to lighten up the there we go. See, the collar now is lighter. Now let's get these buttons here. Some of the lighter stuff on them. Come on, there we go. The edge of the vest now. A little smidge later. Also, I don't know, take the that is our basically Mars red. Collar of the coat, and then we have to get some more green on the on his cloak there. Yeah, that's kind of it's sort of mixing in with the vest color or the coat color. We have to change that up. 1 second here though. Let's do this first. Hold you upside down so I can get it. There we go. Now I can finally get at that. And away we go with this now. Some more of that here. This sleeve of his coat there now. Inside of his coat. Okay, let's get that right underneath this collar. Maybe we go a little further with that. Let me try some of this. Yeah, that's as light as we want that to get, for sure. Come on. Yeah, there's a little bit of, well, this, let's see, yeah, it's about 3 hours. Well, technically over 3 hours because I put this stuff on probably 15-ish minutes before we started. So some of this paint's been on the palette for over 3 hours now. It's bound to get a little gummy since, well, it's alkyds. And again, alkyds are the faster drying oils. Some alkyds will dry faster than others because there are some colors just by their nature are slower drying colors. It is what it is. It doesn't matter even if it is an alkyd. Certain ones are going to dry faster. Certain ones will most certainly dry slower. So we're starting to make some good progress on Mr. Cloak. What we gotta do now is I'm going to take the Van Dyke Brown. That's the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. We'll mix it with some green here. This lighter green. We're going to get a little touch of something lighter on his pants there. It's kind of a greenish gray. We don't want something super light for that anyways. It's very much in shadow, right? You know what? I should probably get me a little bit of that over here as well. Phthalo green, Van Dyke brown. We're going to try to almost again make like a perline black, which is a dark green, and that will go in the recesses here on this fern. Where are we at here? There's that. So Grant Oracle is it's bizarre to think we have Gen 2 Gummy Bears, right? This was the first generation. Right, and oh yeah, and Gumladriel again. We've come a long way from the original Gumladriel here to what we've got now. Yeah, there's a little bit of difference between the two. which, I mean, you learn stuff along the way, that's for sure. And all of the stuff that I've learned making these, that is all, that process has been recorded, and that is all on the Patreon page. And of course, these files, once I kind of get them all settled, the sizing of them, and just making sure that they're printable, because was it the Sauron figure right now? Every time I've tried to print that, the cloak, for whatever reason, just kind of disintegrates. Don't know why. That cloak is really not that much different than, well, I don't know, this one right here. Why is this one? Actually, this one should probably be more difficult to print than Sauron. So I don't know if it's just how he's oriented on the build plate, or if again it's something with the sculpt itself. So that's why I haven't put those in the Dropbox folder just yet. We're just trying to get things figured out. You know what? That needs a little bit more yellow in it. I'm going to use that yellow. Now here we go. Let's see if this is going to be a good sort of mid-tone to kick things off on his cloak here. Now we're getting somewhere. And that starts to separate from the coat. That is good. Let's get Bombadil out of the way here. So again, our Monday stream, most likely more of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, because I have a bunch of those ready to go. I just don't think I'll have time to prep the usual ships in time for that. Now, typically on Armada Mondays, we're doing stuff more like this, or our Battlestar Galactica ships. Rest assured, we'll get back into those again. Oh, I was just thinking I should print out another version of Scharnhorst. Well, or Gneisenau, but especially Scharnhorst or Tirpitz, and then cover it in snow and ice for a highly appropriate, north Baltic Sea there. Maybe with some ice in the water too, because how appropriate would that be? Back to my Van Dyke Brown here. That all the way down in there. These buttons need to be lightened up. Here, let me try using the Mars Yellow Deep first. Nah, we'll have to try that again. Might want to get some more of the blue also on Sting there. Let me try this. This might just work to take that top edge off, and it does. I'm going to go a little darker here on the this bottom part of Bilbo's hair. I want his hair to be really dark, but now what was the latest In Deep Geek video that I saw? Kind of was a deep dive, so to speak, into the lineage of Bilbo and Frodo, and why was it that Gandalf chose them. And part of it was that I guess basically Bilbo and Frodo had like some of the semi-adventurous sides of the Tooks, but more of the steadiness of the Bagginses. Because remember, the Sackville Bagginses, those were supposed to be the, shall we say, less desirable parts of the Baggins family. Because remember, it was I think it was one of the Sackville Bagginses that basically took over Bag End. For those that are familiar with the scouring of the Shire, which was not in the movies, do this up here. So yeah, this kind of clean up the edges of the hair. I didn't want to have to go super light with the hair just yet. All right, let's set you off to the side. Let's have a little run with Tom Bombadil here. Let's put this brush aside. We grab this. Let's just see if we can't go even lighter on the hat. Now, it's been a while since we last played around with that. Kind of setting up the, well, remember we talking about putting the fast matte white out on the palette there. We're trying to set that up here. We're doing our little filbert brush routine here. There you go. See, that's lighter, and that is sticking very nicely because, man, it's probably been 45 minutes, 50 minutes since we last messed around with this yellow right here. It's been a little while since we last fooled around with that. And that, again, we can, it's sort of mixing, but here, again, the paint's still wet, but because we're using such a light brush stroke here, and we have made sure to change the consistency of the paint. Also, we allowed this paint to do that thing we call set. And you're like, what in the world does that mean? Easiest, I guess, way to describe it is think of green stuff where it's mostly cured. It's not fully cured. It still is kind of rubbery, but you really can't sculpt anything into it. Just too rubbery to sculpt with, but it's also not cured enough to like touch it and mess it around with it. That's what we mean by set, because oil paints is in a way more like green stuff. It's a curing process. It's not an evaporation type of process. That would be how your water-based stuff works. That's not how your oil stuff is gonna work. That's why wet palettes not gonna do anything for you. That is why whether it's now again that the humidity in this place before I started setting up those humidifiers, it was down to because it was cooler here. We're looking at like 13% humidity. Now it's 34 in this room. Even if it was 50% humidity in this room, it wouldn't really make all that much difference to the oil paints. Now acrylics, that's gonna be a whole different deal there. That will have a big effect. That could have a huge effect. Again, not really going to affect the oils. If it has any effect, it would be minimal at most. Yeah, acrylics, your wet palette becomes a monsoon palette, I guess. Yeah, there's no wet palette with the oils. This is just a piece of parchment paper that is attached to a piece of cardboard, and that is it. Nothing else. Hey, Slang, how you doing? Happy New Year in advance there, Sleepy Slang. So Slang, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Here's hoping that Christmas was very nice for you. So great to see you there. Now these Skelly friends, we are gonna try to get a little later on those guys here. Let me. Nah, not with that brush. Just use that maybe up here for part of our sword. Might get a little more rust, some lighter color rust at least on that. So again, everybody please give Sleepy Slang a follow. So Slang, do you think you'll ever get back to doing the streaming stuff again? Hopefully the printing stuff goes well. I know that takes up about 130% of your time right there. So that does make it hard to find time to do streaming. unless you stream on Tuesdays. And again, we are all in favor of more Tuesdays here. Tuesdays are those mythical extra days of the week that does not count, well, it does count towards the calendar, but not towards your calendar anyways. So should you call several Tuesdays, next thing you know, it's like December 42nd. So it might have a little bit of an impact on the overall calendar for everybody else, but, you know, sometimes needs are as needs must. Okay, let me get some of this violet on the brush here. Now I want more of the bluish stuff. Let me change that over to that. And again, so we're just kind of doing this little bit of dry brushy stuff here. Except it ain't a dry brush. That's all mixing as we do this. It's a dry brush and name only. We could say a feather type of brush stroke, but a lot of folks not quite super familiar with what that means, so it's kind of why I trend toward just saying, well, it's kind of like a dry brush sort of thing. Now we're doing this here. How about this guy maybe? Oh yeah, that's right. I was just using this earlier today to do the my texture paste. My homemade texture paste, also known as tile grout. Yes, it makes a fantastic texture paste. Stronger, cheaper, better. I mean, it is all of the above. It is definitely stronger because, well, it's tile grout. It is cheaper because, well, it's tile grout. You mix it with wood glue, that gives it the adhesion, and then any kind of ground, gravel stuff that you put in there, that's going to stick pretty nicely. And it also kind of thins the mix down, and tile grout basically has its own texture already, so you don't even necessarily have to add other stuff to it. The nice thing is that you just leave it in the container, like the big container. It does not dry out like those small containers of very expensive texture paste from Vallejo, from wherever. That's what I used to use for years and years, and I'm like, why am I spending upwards of close to $20 for something like this? And once it gets beyond halfway empty, it starts to dry out. Peace Talker, Armored Wolf, and I, we're all in favor of 11 to 12 day weeks, 50 to 60 hour days. Again, just for starters, just to kind of get things warmed up there. Because for Armored Wolf and I, you do something like that, you give us a 50-hour day, that means we might get 3 hours of sleep that day. You give us a 12-day week, that means we got 12 days of stuff we can accomplish. We are all over that. I mean, the 8-day week, yeah, I mean, that would be nice, but again, the 10 to 12-day week would be more ideal. Also, a 15-month calendar. So, like Armored Wolf always says, hashtag no sleep in Wappleville. You know what? I'm gonna do it just for the fun of it here. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take. Fine, I'll just use that. Come on. Just for the sake of saying that we used weathering powders on gummy bears. I'm doing it. I am doing weathering powders on this gummy bear. And remember we're talking about the curing process? Trench Crusade, yeah. When we started doing this on our Trench Crusade figures, we started basically chucking the weathering powders on it while they were still wet. And that is when we discovered that as the paint cures, it essentially cures with the weathering powder, and they basically, You don't need any kind of fixative because it's basically become part of the paint. That was handy. That was a little accidental experiment kind of thing. That again, we started out with our Trench Crusade stuff. Actually, Armored Wolf, I've got that thing is big. That artillery witch, that alternate artillery witch figure. That thing is monstrous. That thing is gigantic. And of course, well, Camda, here's hoping that you get a chance that when you start doing the streaming stuff, maybe it's a little bit easier this time around. Just what you've obviously garnered information-wise from the first one. So this one, it's kind of like almost a circular thing around her, and it's pretty darn big. It was one that you sent me a link to not too long ago, and you said, "Hey, check out this artillery witch," and that was the one that I tried to print out there. So it's definitely not an underwater version. It's definitely not underwater. That I know for sure. But the bombs are kind of rotating around it. So yeah, Cam, but that's just a generic ring wraith there. Again, I tried doing a Kamul one, but it just wasn't terribly successful. I'm gonna try again. I mean, it never hurts to try, right, Camda? I will try again to do a Kamul one. Because Kamul is best rate. Best rate. Yes, that's got to be the one, Armored Warrior. It's big. I was like, holy smokes, that's gigantic. It doesn't seem that when it's just the body, but then you get all the other stuff that goes with it. It's like, whoa, this baby is ginormous. So Camden, if you want to share some of your stuff in chat there again, just so folks can give you a follow once you're all. Well, we never did get any of our later stuff back there. Once you're all set to start streaming again. So yeah, Armored Wolf, that's one that I'll try to get ready. I think I was gonna do that one on stream probably. I don't even remember who makes it. Obviously, if I just go back to my mini factory, because I think that's where it's from, right? My mini factory. Let me try to get. Let me do this. Let me try to use. Is that gonna be light enough? It is. It is just light enough. We're gonna try and push that down a little further there. Where's me? Reddish. Get a little bit of that down in there. So everybody check out that link that Camda just posted. Again, Camda paints with the oils too. And of course, it's very important to see other folks kind of approach the oils, and especially if maybe they're at a different stage in their journey, that also can help you out too. Because maybe that also matches where you are in your oil paint journey. Also, too, let's say maybe you're using some of the same brands of paint too. That also can be a nice, again, a handy little reference right there. So there we go, a little bit lighter there on that. Now maybe we'll go. Yeah, that's going to be a little too dark with that ultramarine. I guess we'll hold it this way. Play around with a little bit of this here. Had to make sure that that skin tone was as set as possible. Got to restore that line. That got a little bit uh, mangled there when we were fooling around with that other stuff. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared, and then give Camda Paints a follow. Boy, Camda, we have a bunch of the Paul Rubens now. There's that one sort of skin tone color I was telling you about earlier. That's kind of a one that we haven't used in a while, at least especially on stream. I try to just kind of rotate those in every so often. I mean, we got them, might as well use them, right, Camda? Now, of course, as we're talking about this, you cannot expect things like, say, the Griffin alkyds or the Paul Rubens alkyds to kind of give you the same sort of color, quality, intensity as something like a Williamsburg. It better not. Yeah, when you're talking about a fraction of the cost per tube, it better not be the same quality as Williamsburg. Now, usually we're using things in combination. Some of the Rubens, some of the Winsor Newton Griffins, some regular Winsor Newtons, Gamlin, Richardson. I mean, when we're using, is this Series 7, right? Yeah, that's Series 7 Puro Orange. And this here, they may look kind of similar just coming right out of the tube. There is a massive difference. On a scale of 1 to 10,000, this is like 3 million times more intense than this. And again, it ought to be, because that one tube of Puro Orange is pretty much more costly than the entire set of Paul Rubens. All, what, 50 of them, Camda? See that? Look at that. I swear, Camda, I didn't see your message there. I didn't see that, but Camda, great mimes, of course, think alike. So yes, again, the oh gosh, cobalt teal bluish is another one of those Series 7s. Yeah, and yeah, you can't compare, cannot compare those. Yes, well, and of course, well, now now we have ourselves a cave troll, right, Camda? We have ourselves a cave troll for the mimes of Moria. Some of that green, some of that darker stuff, that's gonna go here. Also over there. And I might, we've been doing this lighter stuff. I'm gonna do, fine, I'll just take this. That's some, again, of our phthalo green, and we're just going to take it here. Do that. Maybe just use, this is a blending brush. Yeah, look at that. There you go. Blending brush. That happened fast. That happened nice and fast. I wonder, let me, oh, what the heck, I might even use some of that same dark green over here on our Wraith. Also, again, some sky blue on said sword. We wanted to do this on Bilbo's also. And we'll get some lighter rust color on there too. We will do that. Where's Bilbo? There you are. There we are. And that's Mm, here. Oh, we still haven't gotten our fast matte white out here. That's right. And look at here, it's 3.5 hours in. So I will grab me a little small portion of that for now, anyways. Yeah, look at this. It's talk about money savings, right? Canada, I can't believe we're just about to exhaust the first one of those. Now, that is one that you can buy 3 tubes of. Uh, for whatever reason, yeah, but now the zinc white, don't get a bunch of the zinc whites. We found that out the hard way, right, Camden? Yeah, don't be getting the zinc white. Get if you're going to be getting additional ones, get the titanium white. Too much there. We're going to take some of that away. A little bit again, just a couple little lights here on our skelly friends. Doing this up here. There we go. More on that little skelly here. And yeah, I have to remember to print out some larger scale basing bits. So I gotta start printing out some 72 and above millimeter versions of the basing bits here pretty soon. Yeah, some of that on the skin tone there. I'll see you later there, Peace Talker. Thank you so much for being here. And of course, well, Happy New Year in advance if we don't see you before then. And of course, glad that you had yourself a good Christmas too. See you later there, Peace Talker. Take care. Now, I don't think, and it's interesting because you were able to get the coal black, the individual coal, or did you get, can you get the triples there? I can't remember, Camden, and I know you sent them here, and I'm just having, it's a brain freeze, right, Camden? Because I don't think you can get the multiple coal black, and the coal black is kind of similar to Mars black. Again, don't get that wimpy like lamp black or was the ivory black. Yeah, don't get those. When instead you can have some really really good stuff like say the Mars black or the coal black from Paul Rubens. As you're gonna wait like that way better. Taobao, that's right. Yeah, and I forget what it was. I guess it wouldn't let me set up the PayPal with it or whatever. Yeah, I couldn't. Wasn't letting me set up a pay thing for it. It is all kidding aside, Cam. That is an ornery color, right? It is. It might be the what would you say the strongest one of all of the Paul Rubens paints. It's almost like the Egyptian violet of Paul Rubens paints there, Camda. It's like the closest thing to it. I'm trying to get me a little bit more of our light stuff in here on this plant. We might drop some more lights like way down in the interior, but that'll be maybe our violet or something that goes down. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll take almost a little semi-glaze of that violet down inside the portion here. Let's got right here. You know what? Actually, here, let me get some of this. Is that light in? Oh yeah, no, 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 not quite light enough. Wait, let's make it a little lighter. 1 second. Let me try this here. Okay, that might be better. Oh yeah, there we go. So now that's not like insanely dark down on the inside of those leaves now that we've made the ends of them so much lighter. Or petals or whatever you want to call those. A little bit of that violet on the underside too. It's Sauron Black, Camda. Yeah, it's Sauron Black. That's what we should name it. Sauron Black. It's the blackest black of oil paints, and it's a little bit cheaper than gosh, what that stuff? Black Spinel. That's right. Black Spinel, the same price as cadmium colors, or you get yourself coal black. Alright, I think that is good for those now. Alright. I'm going to take some of this orangey there and let me get a little bit more of the Indian yellow. More of the Indian yellow, come on. This is for, not for those, for these. Our little tree funguses here. Let me do that on Arwen before I forget, because I will. Cause I will. More tree fungus here. Oh, there's some down there too. Nope, gotta break that down a little more. That was a little bit gummy right there. Hey there, Tundra Crusher. Merry belated Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance there, Tundra Crusher. Nice to see ya. Everybody please get Tundra Crusher a follow. Hey Tundra, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Share some stuff in the chat while you're at it. So great to see you. Again, hopefully Christmas was fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. So great to see you there, Tundra Crusher. We are continuing our Gummy Bear saga here. Our Gummy Bear Lord of the Rings saga, that is. 4 more characters here. And well, we have, I just printed out more earlier today. And there's more that will need to be printed out. Well, that's fantastic there, Tundra Crusher. And Tundra Crusher, yeah, now we also have Lord of the Rings themed Furbies. Yeah, blame my niece for that. Don't blame me. Blame my niece. That she is the one responsible for that. That's why that happened. No, I'm going to try to go here with this. And that's actually got a little bit of the green in there too. And we've also, again, made some more improvements to our flats. So I think on Flat Thursday, well, our next opportunity on Flat Thursday, we'll have to grab one of these right here. Again, this is the new style, and again, it's fabulous because it even has a frame around it already. Might do one of the Japanese themed ones because, well, we haven't done any I think actually Canada, the only Japanese flat that I've done so far was the one with the markers. Yeah, actually I think so, Camda. Crazy to think of it. Yeah, it's the only one that I've done anything on so far. Oh boy, I shouldn't go any lighter, but I'm just gonna try here. Let me try to go a little lighter here on the edge of his trouser right there. Now this up here, back to our green maybe. Well, that's really gonna be a dingy grayish green now for his staff here. Just a walk-in stick. It's not a magic staff or anything like that. Come on, get in there. And again, we have now, just like we were making our different Eowyn figures, I've got some very interesting Kamul the Easterling figures, as in not just, okay, another Kamul figure, like you've seen that a bunch of times. Well, now we've got figures of Kamul, but as he was just a king, a human king, before he got the ring. And actually, Camda, I fed pictures of my painted Easterling terrain, and actually was already create a bunch of fun landscape backgrounds. I've actually already animated figures that I haven't even turned into STL. Well, actually, I have turned them into STLs yet. I haven't printed them yet. But I've already got animations ready for those now. Or at least test ones. Okay, I'm just trying to get a little something lighter here on his shillelagh there. Fine, we'll add some light to that too. Don't necessarily want a whole lot of grain or texture, anything like that in these. That's good enough. No, sorry, our Bilbo Baggins is here. Let me get. Fine, I'm going to throw a little bit of this in here too. Let's see what that is going to do. Actually, I'm going to get me some of that fast matte white in there. I'm going to try to do a couple little lighter highlights on his hair. We haven't really done that at all here. There we are. Come on, a bit more here. There we are. More. So there we go. Now we have kind of the light, the middle tone, and then the more darker shadow on the bottom. I just had to give this stuff up here time to set, just like we did with the stuff in the lower portion when we were doing the shadow parts on it. Same deal. This is why we were talking earlier in the stream about working from the middle out, from the middle tone to the darker stuff, from the middle tone to the lighter stuff. Now that's fantastic there, Tundra Crusher. And again, Tundra Crusher, you want to share any of that? You got Discords, Insta links, Facebook links, whatever links. You want to share that stuff? Please go ahead and do that. That'd be fabulous for folks to see. Hopefully, maybe you got yourself a little extra time, maybe over Christmas here, some extra time to work on things. That wouldn't hurt, right? That would not be terrible. Did I get too much thinner into this? But if I did, it's going to turn into a pinline wash. Nope. Well, it's kind of cool. It is borderline pinline wash right there. So we thicken that up with some of this other paint that's just sitting around there. And now I think we've got it a little bit outside that outside that threshold now. Boy, I was really darn close to a pin line wash. Got it. Do that little spine in there. Then we're going to try to get some of this lighter stuff on the bog myrtle bushes over here. Let's do that. Leaf, more leaves. Whoops, not that way. Well, looky here. We got ourselves one of these, and we're just going to go whoop, and there's a all better. All better now. Gotta start getting the, I think, yep, that is now set. I don't see any more shinies on the bog myrtle kind of blossom section there, so we're gonna hit that pretty soon here. Again, all the stuff like the rocks, not even gonna bother with that. Check out, I think even, well, I mean, even this one, you can see there's very little of the rocks. That's all flock and even some more of our, whatchamacallits there, a little bit of the homemade grass tops that we've done and some of our basing videos on the Patreon page. Yeah, basing techniques. I think we've done like 80 something of those. Yeah, that's why if you sign up for the Army Painter Pledge on the Patreon page, if it's not 2,700 hours worth of vids, it's got to be close to it. Every month there's about 20 new hours of new videos. And I've been making the videos since 2013. Yeah, there you go. Good luck binging all that. You might want to have some popcorn handy and make sure the bathroom is open. Yeah, because it's going to take you a while to watch all that stuff. Yeah, there's no way we could really count everything. I'm kind of wondering, Cam, when do we hit the 3,000 hour mark, or have I already done that? There's an outside chance that I've already like done 3,000 hours worth of vids and not realized it. Of course, now if you count these Army Showcase vids, I think I've got almost a half hour worth of those already. Well, so I think, so the Arizona song is kind of much shorter, so maybe that cuts down on the average. Is there one more that's got leaves? I think we already did the lighter stuff on Bombadil, so let's advance to the lighter magenta stuff on these bog myrtle blossom type things here. Let's do that. There we go. Again, doesn't have to be incredibly light, just has to be lighter. And I believe Arwen's the only other one that has these. And I think the Arwen one he's got a bunch of them here, but I think the Arwen one has even more. And of course, these things, they can become even more colorful, more interesting when you add all of the flock and foliage, because it's not just adding color, it's another form of texture, kind of like that weathering powder on the ring right there. Does sort of the same deal. So okay, that's a different texture. That's why we got it on his cloak there. There's a whole bunch of this we'll have to do on that bog myrtle bush back here. And of course, right up until, well, even New Year's Day itself, it's going to be a big day in college football. Of course, we've got more NFL stuff coming up today. There's still some some playoff spots to be had in spite of all the outcomes today. There's still some seeding. Actually, the seeding, none of that's been determined yet. Well, I guess except for Green Bay, they're pretty much locked into the 7, so they will most likely just use their next game as a bye. So it's almost better for them. I don't want to say it's better for them that they lost this game, but they can use it to their advantage, no doubt. He hit this here. Also, some right there. Did we do the... Nope, didn't do the one on the front here. Let's get that too. Down here. On our Tom Bombadil here. Alright, yeah, let's get that. Let me see if I can't... That might be too light to put on his face there. Let me, put a little bit of reflected light on the underside of his nose there. And sorry about the voice there. Might have to grab another comp. Let me just grab some of this first in 1 second. Thanks, Tundra Crusher. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock here. It's what, 3:40? Yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock here. So again, Tundra Crusher, glad that you had yourself a decent Christmas there. And take care, and of course, Tundra Crusher, if we don't see you before New Year's, Happy New Year's too. And have a fantastic 2026. I'm sure every year comes with its own challenges. Some challenges are a little bit sterner than other challenges. You just gotta try as hard as you can with all the different challenges. Power on through. As they might say in some parts, keep your stick on the ice. You know what? I'm going to go a little lighter on the top of his nose. Maybe. Okay, fine. We'll just one more lighter hit on the top of his nose there. Nah, that's too much of a straight line. We shall fade that a little bit there. This is a little bit ragged. We are going to try to clean this up a little bit now. Same on the other side. Less ragged, a little more organized. Is that too light on the edge of this here cloak? I don't know. I don't think so. Ooh. If we go darker, when in doubt, make things darker. We were talking about doing that. I just kind of forgot about doing that. Maybe get this also a little darker in there. Blending brush. Like so. Yep, this part up here too. Oh we gotta get a lighter rust on this yet. Haven't done that yet. Up here. Let me do this here. I'm actually a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there. Here we go. We got some serious Rust-Oleum going on there. You know what? Now it actually be easier to do that just with some flock and foliage there instead. So I will take this here. Also some of the burnt umber. A little bit later on this here tree trunk bit. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I think I've used up just about all of the tree trunk bits that I grabbed out of that thing on these guys here. Yeah, I just kept grabbing those bits. I think I've used all of those, all the ones from the bits thing there. Maybe a little light. Oops, not with that stuff. Maybe a little later, and then, whoops, that's too much of a chunk on there. Let's get rid of that. Might come back with a little bit of darker glaze on these things. There's something along those lines. Come on. There we are, and you know, I might do, okay, fine, a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff on this. I don't even care what the heck I've got on the brush, just whatever. We'll go with that. It's a grayish green, whatever. Doesn't matter. Just looking for a little bit of lighter something here. Maybe we will do some more of that. There. Yeah. Got nothing crazy. Sure, let's chuck a little bit of that here on Bilbo's base. Now, I wonder, I might do this. Just bear with me here, because this will let me know what we got going on with our bases if I do this here. I need a brush like this one here, might just do it. I'm going to take this stuff here, put this around the base rims, only because I kind of see just how, do I need to make the bases any darker? I don't think so. I think they're about as dark as we want those to be, but there is only one way to know. And I'm going to maybe use this here brush again. It doesn't be anything. Yeah, see that? The bases here are still the original primer. That'll show you. Okay, you think this is how all these guys started. I just brushed down the primer at the same time. That's the Badger Stynol Res Ebony Flesh. This looks really dark until you see here. Again, look at, that's what black primer would look like. Black is way, way, way darker than this. I'm talking about, the middle out, right? Work in the middle out. That's what we mean. That's part of it. Not white primer, not black primer, but some kind of in between. Maybe a little bit trending towards a darker middle tone, I guess you could say. Yeah, see that? Okay, I'm glad I'm doing this here because I wouldn't want those to get any lighter than they did. Because what was next to them was already kind of a middle tone, I couldn't tell. Context is real important in a lot of things. It's not just important in storytelling and movies and news stories or whatever. It's also important with your painting. So yeah, I'm just going to get this down in here. Yeah, no, I really don't need to then mess around with this. Actually, there's some shrooms there. Those have to be. Got to paint some of those little shroomies there. Yeah, and now that we've got, see our skelly friends, boy, those really stand out now that this is darker. So I don't want to make the skelly friends any lighter. Now we can kind of see the impact of the our weathering powders there. Relatively light, essentially Terra Rosa or Pigment Red 101, the powdered version. We are all Pigment Red 101, right, Camja? There was another Zathras meme that popped up on, I think it was yesterday or something on Facebook, getting an awful lot of B5 memes. I am going to see, though, Camda, if I can't maybe start doing some B5 figures. I mean, it would be certainly very fun to paint a Jakar and a Lando figure. I mean, I certainly have a... Where's our painting here? I mean, we got the faces, right? Where's our... no, I think I've already scrolled on past it. There it is. Yeah. It would be interesting... Or busts. There you go. We could make busts out of those. Camda. We don't necessarily need to make the whole figure. Actually, that'd be easier. Yes, we'll make busts out of those. Wow. I don't know why it didn't occur to me until now, Cam. It just occurred to me now to do that. Well, it hasn't exactly been months or years with our new ability, right? It's been more like weeks, if that much. Yeah, let's see. So January 4th, right? That is the 1 month anniversary of Mishi. So, and it's the 28th. We still got, we still have 4. So we still have 8 days. So yeah, it hasn't even been 3 weeks yet. Oh my gosh. That is insane. It hasn't been 3 weeks. Well, it's been a little over. No, it hasn't quite been 3 weeks. We're a day short of 3 weeks, I believe. That's pretty insane to think, right, Camden? Ooh, here's where we need our fast mat weight over here on this. Yes, let's get the even star. We need to definitely hit that with some of our fast mat weight. Looking to get some dark here first, though. One sec. One sec. This here, too. Alrighty. Fast mat weight. Can drag that over here, I guess. So yeah, this most definitely needs to be a whole lot lighter here. Oh yeah, there we go. And then also too the trim on the arms will get that lighter. And it's a little bit more thinner in here than what I was hoping for. Let me use this as a blending brush here. Come on, get me a little something in there. Okay, let's get these guys out of the way. They're kind of bumping into my hand there. Ah, now we're getting somewhere on this. We just did not quite have the impact we were looking for there. Try that again. The tiara here also going to need some of this. Definitely need to make that lighter. Okay. You know what? Here, let's get. What's this? The yellow, whatever the Paul Rubens is. That's some very, very, very light skin tone there. And yes, we can go a little bit lighter on our skin tone on Arwen here. Pretty much can't get any lighter than this. Yeah, that ear got some of the hair color on it, so we'll restore that a little. Try to lighten up the chin there and maybe even a little bit on the upper lip. Yeah, I'm going to lighten up you a little more over here on this side. Bilbo. Let me see if we can put some more light on his nose and maybe forehead here. That shouldn't go there. That clearly still needs to be our darker hair colors. We're just gonna utilize our blending brush to do that. Now we're talking. Yeah, it was getting a little bit too light for the upper part of his face. We might even try to get a little bit more light there. Also going to try to get some more light on his chin. We shall maybe use some of this here. Let me see what that's going to do. Ah, that's it. Kind of like a Arwen there. I mean, yeah, we wanted some of the 5 o'clock shadow there, but we also had to have a little more reflected light, because unlike the original plan, we're kind of going with this very realistic, well, as realistic as the skin tone as you're going to get on a gummy bear. The original plan was very different until we started painting these, and I do think it was the Theoden bear. That was kind of the one that decided that, okay, look, it's gonna be it's gonna be realistic-ish skin tone or bust. There we go. How's about more light up here? Little lighter on the chin there. Come on, a little bit more light there. There we go, more of this. Bombadil. I wonder, is that going to be too light here? Let's back off of this a little. Let's try this. Nah, more like it. More like it. There we are. This side of his face there. And perhaps a little more shadow on this part of his nose there. I'm might go a little further. Also, a little bit more of that Mars red to. Yeah, that's it. Apparently, he's got some teeth there. Let's do that. Oh, and then this gets a little rough here, so I'm going to take that and do a little bit. Yeah, okay. A little bit of blending with the darker stuff on the eye. Let me do, speaking of which, let me take this first. Maybe even again, the underside here of his mustachio there. Now darken there. Push that dark up a little further, and now I want to take the blue and violet together. Okay, the other eye is pretty much ready to go. We had to just get that. Oh, his coat here is blue coat. Let's get some of the lightest blue working on. So we'll take this, we'll mix it just with our sky blue, and hopefully this will work for the lightest stuff on his blue coat here. Come on. Breaking this down a little more. And that is about as light as we can go with that blue. Might go a little lighter on his crazy yellow boots there. We'd already made that relatively dark there. I might try to lighten this on his hat right here. Alright, this arm now. We need to get that green of his cloak in there. So we got this sitting over here, which is pretty much that green. Back to the lighter blue again. Well, it's got some of the green in it. The cuff there. What do we have there? We got that. Nope, back to the green here. Back to the green. Maybe even on a little bit of texturizing on his cloak there or something. Okay. If we're going to do that, why don't we do that the easier way, which is probably this. There you go. Because why would I want to be fooling around with many extra hours spent doing this, or take a beat up brush? I mean, look at that. That is one beat up brush right there, and then go like so. And oh well, yeah, that cloak is not. That was like a little too smooth, like just the texture of it, as in like the actual sculpt. So we say, the paint is all marbleized. There's literally like 3 or 4 different colors on the brush here. Let's add some more different colors. And they're not all mixed together. This is, what Bob Ross, he does this a bunch of times. He just, especially on his mountains there, he doesn't actually mix all that paint up on his palette knife. It's just kind of semi-mixed. So there you go. We got texture on his cloak there. I will do a little bit lighter with maybe grab this instead of the radiant green again. Look at this thing. waste not, want not. That's why we keep these here brushies around. Look at that. I don't know, Cam, did that take about 3 minutes to do that? Or we could do this the hard way and take, I don't know, like 3 hours to do it. Would it really look any different? Would it look any better? Probably not. We could do it again. We could texturize the hat. We could texturize anything. But yeah, that's instant texturization there of his cloak. Bam. Looky there. Yep. That was so hard. I can't continue anymore. It's just I'm spent. Yeah. Look at that. Let's go back over here to Arwen. Nope. I need this one. So we're gonna try to maybe do, if anything, maybe even a little bit of cleanup type stuff. Now, okay, good. We still do have some of that. No, that's got a whole bunch of green on it. So I want a little bit more of this here. Just bear with me here as we try to find somewhere to go with this. I might just do this so I can position it right by the ultramarine blue. All right, let's try this again. Well, that green is really in there. That is some stubborn. We must have some of the chromium oxide green. The Terra Rosa of greens. Again, when I told my old academy buddy about that, he got a kick out of that because one of the original readings from the Book of Wampa was, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's Terra Rosa," and that goes all the way back to academy days. When the little tiny Utrecht art store that we all went to, and we were all looking for that same coin that it would only get restocked maybe once every, I guess maybe once a month or something. And since that was the primary skin tone color there, well, guess what? In your life drawing class, you might need a little bit of the skin tone. So people would just be hustling on over there as soon as class was over, and there would be it was sort of like, was that the Black Friday? It's like a fracas there hunting down the Terra Rosa, and it was not a high quality Terra Rosa either. Because Utrecht Terra Rosa, again, I haven't really used any Utrecht paints on miniatures, but it ain't no Williamsburg. That's the safest way to put it. That's got a little too much thinner in it maybe, but I need that for stuff on the sleeve here. Been waiting to do this for a while. Come on. There we go. Alright, I'll do this one. That one wasn't too bad a shape. That was not too shabby already. No. More of the ultramarine blue in there. Nope, more. Because that's too dark up there. That's more like it. Move this a little bit further down here. We certainly could use some of that lighter blue down here. Also up there. Spread that out a little more. Maybe tone it down a little bit. Let's get some more of this blue up into the eyes there. Welcome back there, Irid. So Irid, I guess now what kind of a base does the new Gundam have so that, well, again, like I was asking you before, is this not going to involve quite as much of a diorama base as the previous one, which the diorama base kind of took on a life of its own. So hopefully an easier thing to execute there. Nope, nope, nope. And more of the ultramarine blue on that brush because I want to get the, there we go, the inside of said sleeve. Inside of this sleeve too, not too light. Okay, fine, we're going to get this here. Again, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link one more time here? Irid, you'll just, oh gosh, I'm pretty sure you told me if you were doing a special New Year's Eve stream or not. Otherwise, regular streams, right? Friday, Saturday of this coming week. I know you said something, and sorry, my brain is too shot there, Irid. Can't remember, but I can say, go check out that Pinterest link again that Irid Kilmo I've just shared. Go do that. Maybe even a touch lighter on the underside of the eyes there. Oh, well, that's fantastic there, Irid. That is fantastic. I don't think there's any playoff. I think they're all new. No, there's got to be some playoffs games on our New Year's Eve there. There has to be. Nope, that's not. Okay, there we go. Yes, indeed. Oh, geez. Miami, Ohio State. I knew it. I knew it. New Year's Eve, baby. There it is. And, of course, we will cover that all on the Wappleville Sports Network where we report the news before it is news. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's a biggie. That is a big one. And it's the Cotton Bowl, so it's going to be in Texas. Well, Irid, hopefully the liquid sunshine has reduced enough to the point where the roads are easy enough to access, right? Don't need that on top of the usual New Year's Eve shenanigans on roadways or nothing. Nice to see you there, Space Toy. Merry Christmas, and of course, Happy Early New Year. So great to see you there, Space Toy. Let's see, these are Lord of the Rings Gummy Bears 14 through 14, 15, 16, and 17, yes. And there's more on the way. That's fantastic, Arid. Space Toy, if you wanted to share any stuffs there in the chat, please go ahead. Here's hoping that Christmas was fantastic for you. We still continued the holiday festivities here last night on stream with a wee bit of Rohan, also reflecting Medjugorje in the shield boss there, which doesn't exist. It's just flat. There is no actual shield boss there. I'm going... Well, that's about as light as you can go with that. Chuck that in here. Now, I haven't messed with a ring race in a while. Let's get him some stuffs on him. Actually, I'm going to use that same grayish blue there on him. Because we're going to try and get a little smidge of that up here, and then maybe even come back. Yeah, we'll come back with some of our darkest stuff on him too. No problem. No problem, Space Toy. Glad that you've been getting a chance to do some painting, though. I wasn't sure if you were going to be doing the, entertaining the idea of doing the streaming stuff again. And again, great to see you. Maybe a little lighter in there. Okay. And I do believe, again, our first opportunity after New Year's to do a flat Thursday, we're going to break out some of our new version of these because, well, our new version. And this is the brand new stuff that I just, literally some of these that were printed earlier today. Like, oh yeah, these. These are just printed earlier today. And again, the frame is part of the file, which is really, really cool. That was very unexpected. Never really thought that would happen, that I'd actually be able to have the frame instead of having to like do it separately and all the stuff I was doing. It's like, nope, the frame is part of that file. Let me do this here. There. Darker here too. Right here on the underside of it. There you are. Maybe even on his ear, such as it is. So yeah, that's a 6:30 start here. Okay. And then, well, January 1st is going to be pretty wild because that's a triple header there. 3 playoff games. And that's the after. Okay, so the night game is going to be Ole Miss, Georgia. Interesting story as it might be, if Ole Miss should pull that out, I'm not going to hold my breath on that. I'm not sure how the bracketology plays out, but have a feeling if somehow Alabama should win, they'll probably be playing Georgia in the next round. Get some more of our dark up here on this hood there. Maybe some more in there. Also a little bit right along these lines here. Yep, dark there. Leave that alone. Okay, fine. We'll go a little lighter on the skin till we got this crazy violet gray here. I'll just take this and mix it with that violet gray. Let's see what that's going to do. Is that going to get us... I don't want these to be too light. No, we got to go further with that. I think that's just not thin enough. We're going to break it down some more. Not too thin. That just becomes... There we go. Now we have adhesion. Just got to be a little lighter now. Now we got it. It took a little bit. Took some doing, but we finally got that a bit later. Then a little bit less thin because, well, then we went strong on the thinner. Now we got to go the oppo Gotta go the opposite way on that. Blending brush, blending brush. One of these could be our blending brush. Yeah, there's a little bit of green on that. Let's get that out of there. And then just, okay, there we go. Some more like it. Also, not all entirely rust right there. Blending brush. Fine. Blending brush again. And we're not doing this here. We're just doing this. It's a tapping motion. Again, that's a... Oh, yeah. In some ways, kind of how we just put that instant texture on Tom Bombadil's cloak where there is no texture. Well, now we got 4.5 hours in on our count 'em, 4 Lord of the Rings gummy bears, which again, were just like this right here when we started because I primed this at the same time as I primed our other 4 ones. Now, another new gummy bear I'm going to try to make here is Prince Imrahil on horseback. Yeah, got to try and do that. So Imrahil with a lance, especially now that we know we can create. Here's some of our new ones that we'll be probably painting next week. So we've got ourselves a cave troll. There is Gandalf on Shadowfax. Oh, there's just regular Shadowfax. Oh, and here's again the Mouth of Sauron and Gollum. There you go. And we'll do this as a Swedish fish. I think that one needs to be red. It needs to be a Swedish fish. I know we've been doing kind of the realistic color schemes and stuff, but the idea of being able to paint that as a Swedish fish, I don't think I can miss out on that opportunity. I mean, we can always do another one and do that differently. Again, well, where's our other here he is. We'll do the Gollum skin tone just again as the same way we've got here. Or our Gollum kitty right there. That was pretty wild. That was I forgot all about our Gollum kitty. Yeah, that was gosh, that was I think last year where we were doing all the Lord of the Rings themed cats. My mini factory is where you can find those. I unfortunately don't remember the name of the person that did them, and I don't know if he ever really did the entire cast because he sort of had a Sauron. He, I think, sort of had a Ringwraith kitty, but there's a bunch of characters that he didn't have. It's mostly like the Fellowship and then a couple other things. He had the Argonath, he had the Argo kitties. Again, I don't know what he's added since. But I do think the theme Camda for this year coming up, 2026, made in Wampleville. We need to have a label like that. Yes, we need to have a made in Wampleville label. Because an awful lot of miniatures, they're going to be coming directly from Wampleville Productions there. Fine, we'll just circle a little bit of light on that there for whatever reason, don't know why. There's a little extra fold in there. Come on, let me sneak up. There we go. This big old blob of the lighter paint there. We didn't need that. I wonder. Okay, let's not have that big chunk on the end of the brush there. Maybe a little more than we wanted. We shall take some of that away with our other brush then. I feel like the underside of this belt needs a little something there. And again, I don't mind some of the rust getting onto the belt itself. I think we're, yeah, good to go there. Not sure. Let me try to get a little bit of this lighter brown on the boots. I was thinking about doing some weathering powders on the boots, but I think I'm just gonna roll with this here. A little lighter than that. That's it for the boots. No more. I do need to do this stuff though on the tree fungus because that's what we've done on all the other ones. Put the lightest part over tree fungus here. There is a fungus among us. Fine, I'll reach all the way back in there. Get that too, and maybe one more round. Pretty sure we did that. Yep, I can see it on our Bombadil and Arwen here. Let me see something here. I'm going to take this. And the radiant green. I want to try something here. I'm not quite sure. Well, let me see. First, we'll break this down. It's all kind of a very chunky right now. No, we've done the... If anything else, we need to go a little darker with some of the leaves there. Oh, this is the other thing I can try to do here. I'm going to take the Payne's Gray here. We got to do a little, at least a little something here. Probably not really dark there. Just trying to get me some kind of mid-tone on these. Because that is just some of the darker glaze stuff that we threw down there. Tiny bit lighter, maybe. That's gotta be it. Yeah, that's no more after that. The hair here. Let me grab. Let me get a little bit of the Van Dyke brown in some of this, or is that going to be too much of a warmer brown color? Not so sure yet. This was the one part of this that kind of printed a little funky. Unlike the first ones where there was all kinds of printing mischief on every single one, I printed out tons of these and there's been very, very, very little mischief at all, which has been extra nice. No, I think I want that more of a bluish gray. So, let me try this. We're just trying. Yeah, okay, there we are. Not too much on the lowest portion of the hair. Well, we gotta get rid of that little magenta blob there. That is from the bog myrtle bushes. I think we got that out of there. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. So yeah, Cam. I just I can't believe that it has been Not even 3 weeks. Again, we're pretty much 1 day shy of 3 weeks of having the ability to create these. Obviously, I mean, it's something we've been working towards for months and months and months. But it's a little bit like the Paul Rubens stuff, right, Kim? I keep thinking, we've had him for years. No, we have not had the Paul Rubens oil paints for years. We haven't even had him for a year yet, because it was, what, February of this year, Camda? So I think we still have at least another maybe month and a half to go before it's actually 1 year. I mean, I suppose I could look back at the Amazon thing, because that's where I got them. Could look back on Amazon and see when I actually got those things. But I don't know. I'm thinking it must have maybe been February. Either that or maybe mid-late January. Just insane to think it's only been that long. And all the stuff that we've learned, all the different experiments. Back to Tom. Oh, the shrooms. The shrooms. Almost. I mean, there's only a couple of them here. It's not like there's tons of shrooms, but don't want to forget those. Now we got them. You know what? Maybe we do throw a little more extra light on this branch here. And maybe some little bits of light on the... There's actually a little log right here. We'll maybe throw a little bit of lighter stuff on there. Possibly, you know what? Color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. We're going to get some Terra Rosa on this little tree trunk or whatever here. Right up there. Gonna go down here. Just because. Alright. Is nice. We do this again up here maybe. Couple little lights on some of these rocks. Also over here. Alright. And just for the fun of it, good, I still have this bit of the white over here. I'm going to take that over here to the yellow. Just kind of basically reinvigorating that paint. We're going to maybe do a little bit of lighter stuff on the boots right here. On his yellow boots, and I think his yellow hat. We've gone pretty much as light as we can go on this thing. We can't really do a whole bunch more on that as far as making it lighter. We're kind of done as much as we can there. Fine, we'll put a little something over on that side. Still tempted to try and get a little something more on the trousers there. Okay, let me try this. Fine, I'll grab some of that. Is this going to be too late here? Nah. Okay, there we go. That's it on the pants. We don't need any more there. Okay, that is just... No, let's just get rid of that. It's a big old glob of paint on the end of the brush. Less of a glob now. Trying to make his lower lips there, because he's obviously must be singing a song or something. He must be singing a song. I will take Indian yellow and some of our Moors red. Nope, I'm going to go even dark. We'll take the Van Dyke brown and our magenta color. That's going to create something that's dark. Underside of that mustache, beard, and a little darker there too. Come on there. There's some of our dark in there. Okay. Underneath here, we got to reinforce that dark just a smidge there. No, nothing there. I might try to bring it a little more light on the top of Bilbo's cloak here. Not really looking to do a texture sort of thing here. Again, that's just mixing with what's already there. And of course, we can grab a blending brush to try and encourage that even more. Just gonna throw that on there. We'll take my Mr. Blending brush and then just do that good stuff right there. This, oh yeah, there's a little mischief going on here with this cloak over his shoulder there. We will try to clean that up a bit. I wonder, well, okay, fine. We'll just do this for now. And yeah, we don't need that big glob on the end of the brush. We will deposit that back on the palette. And we're going to do this now again. Looking to just maybe get a little on some of these rocks so that they maybe stand out from the flocking foliage that we're going to add. So see you later there, Camda. Thanks for being here, like always. So we'll see you on Monday there. Well, your Tuesday. Your Tuesday. So thanks again, Camda. Appreciate everything. Okay, yeah, that's that again. I'm really glad that I did do that. I don't know, like 45 minutes ago, maybe? I don't know. 40-ish minutes ago. I wonder... Maybe we will try to do the bottoms of these a little bit later, maybe with this. Yeah, I don't think that was something we did on the original Gummy Bears. Pretty sure we didn't. It's trying to maybe sneak in a little extra, sneaky extra texture in there just for funsies. Like that. Get this now. A little bit of that right on the end of there we go. There we go. So I'm gonna try a little bit of that right there on the trousers. Yep, that little extra bit does it there. Probably. Let's see. I'm gonna go forward here. I'm gonna try and get a little bit of rosiness there on the Tom Bombadil's cheek, and then once again on the nose. That's a little lighter right in here. In case that's just a little too dark. Get rid of the paint out of this brush. I'm going to try here with maybe this. And that's some of our Mars Yellow Deep here. I'm going to also, yeah, let's throw in a little bit of our Windsor Yellow there. Little better transition there. Maybe a little bit of light there too, and who knows, maybe it almost looks like his hat's got a little bit of texture on it now too. Yeah, there was a little bit too much of the original kind of cooler, darker glaze in some spots here on the hat. We had to sort of, it's not so much about lightening that up, it's more about warming up, again, the middle tone, not really darks, but the middle tone areas on this. There's, as far as this hat goes, it's mostly just really light stuff, and then perhaps a middle tone to darker middle tone. What do we got here? Yeah, want to stick with that. Get kind of creating one of those de facto filbert brushes out of it. One of these golden maple craft brushes here. Yeah, you're going to see probably like I've been seeing on YouTube or Insta, whatever. I don't have TikTok, but I'm sure there's people posting stuff there. You see those little 2-second videos where they say, this is the greatest brush ever. And they're like going bam, 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 because it's all speed ramped. Yeah, they're not going to be the greatest brushes ever. They are craft brushes. And you just got to consider them as such. There is no such thing as great brush or whatever. There's brushes that are more usable than others. There's brushes that are maybe more pricey than others. But yeah, those little speed ramp TikTok videos, maybe not wanting to let those use those to determine your next brushes or something like that. Maybe don't do that. Because I can make any of our brushes look great for 2 seconds. I can even make one of our custom brushes here look fantastic 2 seconds on TikTok. That shows up in the mail, you might be somewhat perplexed. Little lighter there on the top of that. To maybe accentuate a little bit of the lighter stippling stuff we got here. Hey, Vite, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, all that stuff. Great to see you there, Vite. You know what? I'm going to get a little bit more. There we are. There we are. Because, yeah, I don't use these. You notice I don't use them for freehand or anything like that. What do they get used for? This kind of, grunt work here. stuff that's we don't want to wipe out our Princeton liner brushes with, right? So, and again, that lets me do some of this kind of stuff. This is not something I would want to do with the Princeton liner brush, but this brush works just fine for this kind of stuff here. So Vite, it's boy, so many new discoveries. I don't know if you've seen some of the latest tutorial vids, but very excited for the flats there now that we've got finally a way, at least as close as we're probably ever going to get to making the flats a little bit more like bas reliefs. And that was such a shocking discovery. The only reason I even learned about it is that I opened up my bamboo slicer to make a print. And I went, what in the world is this? And yeah, it's been, well, redoing and printing out test flats ever since. And that would be these. And again, very soon we'll be seeing these on videos and streams getting painted up here. So not only do these have more of a relief to them, but you can see the frame is integrated, because that was one of the bugaboos, right? That's why we're trying to make these frames here. And we're trying to make these separate frames. Well, here it's, and also there's 6 different varieties of frames, and you have the option of changing the size and width and depth of the frame. So that is really extra cool. And the only reason I learned about this, I opened up the bamboo slicer to make a print, and I went, what in the world is this thing? I've never seen this before. And I'm pretty sure if you have yourself a bamboo printer, it's essentially free to use. At least it seems that way, or at least some of the things I was doing with it. This actually has a little bit of our lighter green on it now. Nah, too late. Well, looky here. We're just going to take that and take some of that down with our blending brush, because that's what we can do. Much more with our light there, and then again a blending brush of some kind. Not you. Think we'll use this one. Yeah, we're just going to do this little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Oh, the other thing, Vite, is that well, I've painted a whole bunch of different Kamul the Easterlings, but one thing that nobody's ever made was essentially, okay, what was he like before he was a wraith? He was a king, right? Before he was ever a wraith. And I've been working on some concept things, and well, at some point here on the stream and on the tutorial vids, you'll be seeing I basically made a bunch of new Kamul figures where you kind of can clearly see the before and after the corruption of Kamul. And I've already made animations out of a miniature that you'll be again seeing on the streams and on the tutorial vids on the Patreon page. You know what? Fine. I'll just go lighter with it then. It looks like that's what we need to do here. In fact, after the stream, one of the things I'll be doing is trying to create something that we can test print. Get that going on the printers there overnight, and then see what we have tomorrow. Let me do something like this here. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Because one of the things I might do is essentially make an Easterling army of figures that are like good Easterling. Again, before the kingdom kind of fell under the thrall there of the ring and Sauron and everything else. Let me do this here. We're also going to do the same thing for the Golden King of Abrakan for our Harad army, because yes, I need to create the his throne with the eye of gold on it. There we go. There was some of the darks in the leaves on our bog myrtle bush there. They were just too dark. I think we're kind of good to roll here. Oh no, let's do that in this bog myrtle bush here. Yeah, I do that a bit. Well, now we're we're rolling at about 5 hours here, and the voice is well, it's pretty much at its final. It's about to last as long as it's gonna last, and I got videos that I have to film tomorrow, so that means I think we're gonna be saying our thank yous to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. Ain't gonna be too long. Monday, we'll be doing another stream on Monday. So, technically tomorrow, because it's Sunday. Well, actually, now we're almost 5 hours into Sunday. So, yes, just tomorrow, I will be doing another stream. Potentially more of these gummy bears, including maybe the ones you saw that were sitting in the my little container there. So, yeah, we might be doing Gandalf on Shadowfax on Monday, because, why not? They get along perfectly with each other. Those two totally don't have a feud going or something like that. Not at all. All right, there we go. Let's take a little quick review. I might even zoom out a little bit so it's easier to see all four of them here. Let me do that. We zoom out. We grab Bombadil and Bilbo, Arwen and Wraith. So there we go. That's 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 20 seconds right there. So thanks, Armored Wolf, again for doing all those moderations. We have more and more and more gummy bears. So thanks. Sorry to kind of cut out on you there, Vite, but it's time to do the raid thing so that we can, well, get more minis ready for Monday. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you then.